Just gonna go ahead and light this Palo Santo fast. Happy last day of July. This month came and went. Gosh. Please stay. Please stay. All right, hold on. Ooh, this is burning for a while. So I'm just gonna give it a moment to let everyone get their notification. That does not want to go out. You see that? All right, burn, baby, burn. You know what that means to me? That means that there's quite a lot of dense energy that this is helping to burn away right now. So there it goes. Right as I say that, right as I say that, the flame went out. I already cleared this space, by the way, because I've been working all day. But that's funny that as soon as I jumped on the live to clear, that did that. Okay. All right, so hi guys. Hello, mi amors. Welcome in. All right. I haven't checked the Schumann yet today, so I don't know what's going on, but I know it's like the Lionsgate energy too, but today I feel a lot of like anxiousness within my body. You know, and so for me, it's always like a little mixture. It's like my own stuff that's like maybe coming up, but also collective anxiety. I think there's a lot of collective anxiety because I think a lot of people can feel the change, right? And it's like you're ready for change, but you're also like terrified of it. I'm actually gonna be, maybe we'll talk about that right now because there's a message coming through really strongly at this time for like collective, where it's like the conscious mind is like, I'm ready, I want it, I'm ready, right? But there's a disconnect between the subconscious and the conscious. So it's like, I'm manifesting success and I'm gonna da-da-da, right? But the subconscious is like, are you though? Are you really? Because in my mind, I'm playing the subconscious right now, by the way. So I'm acting like the subconscious. The subconscious is going, in my mind, in our mind, in this field of shadow and unawareness, there's a lot of actual fear around success. There's a lot of fear and unworthiness around success and being very successful or very wealthy. This is old programs, so the subconscious runs on old programs. And I know that so many have been like reprogramming that, like consciously going, I'm gonna reprogram this bitch. Affirmations, right? Like, I mean, really it's, a lot of stuff like while you're asleep, you know what I mean? Like when the subconscious is like, right? Like when you're in that field. That's why dreams can be so weird sometimes, etc. So random. It's not random. It's what your subconscious field has picked up. And yeah, that can feel random because it's like, that was weird. But your subconscious is like, it's not really. It's not really. Plug this scenario in. So right now that's like, I think a lot of the guidance and like a lot of like the messages as well as like interference. Like, so you're like, you know, we've all been kind of like in this in between as we are like moving out of our old timelines, our old versions of self. It really is the snake shedding its skin. When a snake sheds its skin, it's in its most vulnerable state against predators. It's sluggish. It's not fast. It moves very slow. It's a very isolating, intimate process for the snake. And they know, you know, they know this. Like, I'm about to shed my skins, and, you know, I'm not going to be able to really eat while I'm shedding my skins. I'm going to feel really sluggish and low energy when I'm shedding my skins. I'm not going to be like my regular self where I'm able to like protect myself as good as I could usually, like while I'm shedding these skins. It's a really intense time for the snake, and we are in the year of the wood snake, right? So I just feel like we all are that snake, right? Like, it's been, right? Like, so, and it's not like, I mean, it can take like days for them to shed their skins. You know, that's a long time for a snake, right? I don't know, like, all the things, you know, I'm not like a spokesperson for National Geographic or anything, but you know what I mean? Google it, you can see. For us, it's a lot different. It's on a much different scale, much larger scale. We're talking about peeling back layers of the soul and shedding old skins and all these things and blah, 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 right? So anyways, going back to the subconscious, that seems to be a big focus right now. So there's a lot of stuff like coming up from the subconscious, bubbling up from the subconscious. But that's where a lot of that frustration kicks in, because you're like, and it's funny because you're literally like battling yourself. You're battling yourself. No one's doing it to you. It's not getting done to you. The universe isn't picking on you. It's literally you doing it to you. But that's not like a thing to be like, well, why am I doing that to myself, and get all like judgy. It just is what it is. It just happens. The conscious mind battling the subconscious mind. The conscious reality battling with the subconscious reality. Right? So first of all, this is a Lionsgate live stream, and we're doing Lionsgate readings for you guys today. We are doing, you know what? I mean, granted, we will do other live streams and other readings, like live readings and stuff through the month of August, but we are in the Lionsgate portal energy. It is life altering. There's a lot of evolution that's going to happen this week on a soul level, and in your physical realities too. Things are going to start evolving and coming in. They're going to evolve into the more, right, like ascended reality that you've been co-creating. Month of August is also going to be a very challenging month for humanity. It just is what it is, you know. So it gets the darkest before the dawn. So that's why all of us are like, it's like the universe is like, okay, like, it's go time. But let's go back to the subconscious and all that, right? So meditation, going into your heart, connecting with the inner child. Inner child like lives in the subconscious. I mean, the inner child is your higher self. It's your soul. It's your, you know what I mean? But like, it's there's a lot of like fragmented pieces of the inner child that reside within the subconscious field. So if your inner child feels neglected, sad, weary, sorrowful, scared, fearful, unworthy, abandoned, you know, what all the things that, you know what I mean? So this is honestly a moment to get very, very real with yourself, because no one's holding you back but you. No one's holds Erica back but Erica. Right? Hold on one second. Hold on. Okay. All right. So that's weird. I swear, this is the worst Mercury retrograde I think I've ever encountered. Ever. I mean, while I'm consciously awake now to the transits, you know, I don't know about when I was still asleep, but since I've consciously been awake to astrology and the transits and all that kind of stuff, you know, no longer raw dogging it through life, I think this is the worst Mercury retrograde. And it just makes sense because this is such a pivotal time. So, and speaking of Mercury retrograde and the subconscious and all the shadow stuff, in fact, hold on, let's just see real quick. Mercury. Okay, so you're gonna want to look up like where you have like what placements like where is Mercury at in your birth chart? Okay, like is it in your second house? Is it in the 12th house? Is it in the 8th house? Right? Because that's gonna be where you're gonna feel like so much of that. Mercury represents and controls the concrete, meaning the physical 3D reality, the conscious, and the concrete and the conscious. The sign and house show how and where you communicate and assimilate the results of your relationships, your reason, and your logic. So basically it's in retrograde, so all that stuff is under review. Saturn, also in retrograde, right? Where you learn, so Saturn is the Lord of Karma. Where you learn to operate within the limitations of society. So we're breaking out of the limitations of society while also simultaneously still living in it. In the simulation of the limited 3D matrix reality. Okay. It's not easy, okay? It's not easy. You're constantly walking that line. Constant walking the line and trying to maintain the balance. It's like walking the tightrope, you know, carrying like jugs of water on each side. You're trying to maintain the balance. You go too far over here, you're too far over, right? So it is a constant, and it is a balancing act. It really is. Where you learn to operate within the limitations of society, responsibility and rules, fears, obstruction, and limitations. This also represents the father energy, father wounds, father archetype, and the teacher. Saturn is the Lord of Karma. Saturn is the teacher. Teaching responsibility and lessons. And when it goes into a retrograde, it's going, where are you still not being responsible? Where are you lacking in responsibility? How are you still disorganized, and where do you need to organize? Where do you feel ungrounded, unsafe within the material realm, the 3D reality, your home, your money, your finances, etc., your career? I mean, you gotta think like Saturn rules Capricorn. So if you think of like Capricorn energy, so it's like, you know, like Capricorn being ruled, I mean, if your planet, if the planet that rules you is in retrograde, depending, I think, on how much work you've done, it's going to affect you no matter what. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking of like, because I'm a Libra sun, like when Venus was like retrograde, like Venus went retrograde, you know. It affected me a little differently because a lot of like the retrograde energy, it didn't affect me the way it might have like 2 years ago, because I actually had done a lot of work in that regard. And in those houses that rule it, and just in, you know what I mean? So anyway, so I just wanted to like talk about that real fast. And then, I'm like, is there anything else on this? This is a little like cheat sheet chart I got like off Amazon years ago. You know what? I'm just going to go over this real fast because I know a lot of people, they don't. So like it says retrograde planets. When planets are in retrograde, they appear to move backwards when seen from Earth because of the different sizes and speeds of the planet's orbits. It literally is just like hitting rewind. It's like when you're like watching like Netflix or something and you hit like go back, and you can go back times speed times 5, like, or you can go back slower. That's how it is. It goes back, but it's like a slower, like kind of, you know what I mean? So it's, I don't know. Anyways, you guys know what I mean. Anyways, let's talk about the sun, the moon, and the rising. So like your sun sign, your moon sign, and your rising sign. I know a lot of you guys already know this stuff, but as a spiritual guide and teacher, I speak always to the all, to the we. I don't speak to, you know, a lot of people will like just speak like, they'll speak to people like at their level. You know, like, oh, I'm a high frequency being, so I'm going to channel just a high frequency, which I do, but it's like, you know what I mean? So I talk to everyone. This could be your first time ever watching a live stream and you're like, I'm new to tarot. I'm just new to all this and I was just guided here. I just started awakening. Or you're like, no, I've been on this journey for 30 years. I'm going to talk to everyone the same. The sun sign. So your sun sign. The sun sign is your like ego identity. The sun does represent that. So it's basically like how people see you and how you represent or how you show up, you know. But anyways, it's the sun sign is the core of the individual and discloses individual attitudes and needs. The sun's location expresses where you could change and grow. Okay. Your moon sign is your emotional life and emotional responses to life. The moon's location shows your feelings and the subconscious self. We do have a full moon coming up. The moon's influence is subtle, relating to personality beneath the surface. And your ascendant sign, rising sign, the ascendance is the degree on the east horizon at the moment of birth and begins the cusp of the first house. The rising sign is the entire sign of 30 degrees. The descendant is the sign that is setting on the west horizon at birth. You're basically like your ascendant sign is, it's, oh, well, like this, your sun sign has a lot, but it's like a lot of like your ego identity. And then the rising sign is a lot of like how, that's actually how like people see you, you know what I mean? It's like, the first impressions and like, you know, stuff like that. But there's a lot more to it as well. I'm not an astrologer, not at all. But it goes hand in hand with what I do for work. You know what I mean? So I don't know why that's like so strong right now. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, probably because Mercury or Saturn are in one of those houses. You know what I mean? It's probably connected for a lot of you guys in those ways. But anyways, you might just want to check that out. And then like, you know, I don't know. Maybe just take a look at your birth chart too. I don't know anything about birth charts, Erica. I don't know what to do. YouTube and Google are your friend. They are your friend. They are your friend. YouTube. I pulled up my birth chart, right? So let's say you have Scorpio, let's say your first house is let's say you're ascending Scorpio, right? So you have Scorpio in your first house, your ascending sign in the first house, and the planet in your first house is Mercury. So you have Mercury in the first house, Scorpio, you know, so you're going to go, you know, Mercury in first house, with Scorpio, or Scorpio ruling it, or you know what I mean? Like, that's an example. You just YouTube that, and there's all kinds of stuff, fun stuff. And because those aren't like a reading, like psychic energy and stuff like that, it could be like an astrology video from 10 years ago that someone recorded. It's going to be relevant because that stuff doesn't change. You know what I mean? It's not going to be changing or shifting. It's just, it is what it is. Okay. Hello, Nicole. Welcome. Hello, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm sorry, I kind of just like jumped right into everything. Hello, Merritt. Hello, sweetheart. Hello, J. Cole. Hello, Lola. Hello, everybody. Anyways, when I started when I scheduled the live, I set it to subscribers only. And for some reason, when we go live, other people who are not subscribers were coming in. So I just checked it a moment ago. And the setting had not, it was like I hadn't ever set it. That's what I mean with Mercury retrograde. So anyways, you guys, so welcome in, my loves. Happy Lionsgate week. This is the most powerful week, in my humble opinion, of 2025. this is a very pivotal moment for the Earth as well. We just shifted a whole bunch of really powerful shifts in July, and you know, it'll continue, obviously, like we're going to continue ascending and all that, but this week I feel like is some big stuff. So I haven't looked at the Schumann, like I said, but I mean, I haven't looked at it today. I don't think I've looked at it. I don't think I've checked it since like yesterday morning. Anyways, like this whole last week was like super intense and crazy. Like it was like every day, just, it was like nonstop. And I think I actually posted that and shared it here on like the community page. And then we got like a little bit of a break. So I don't know what it's doing right now, but for me, I woke up, like I said, I can feel anxiousness, you know what I mean? And I feel super like motivated. Like I have all these ideas and I have all these like beautiful visions and I have all these feelings of what's like coming into my life right now and of my future and like all these things. Yet physically, I feel sluggish. Physically, I'm still very exhausted. I'm tired. So it's, again, like going back to that like weird like push-pull. It's like I feel like all these things, but at the same time, like on a maybe more physical level, you still feel like more of like that heaviness and like just tired and like, you know, again, that's representation of, that's representation of the shift of the old you and the new you. So your body's still doing a lot. I can't stress this enough. We have to love on our bodies right now. I swear to Goddess, we have to love on our bodies. Like more than you ever have in your life. Love on your physical body. And it's about embodying and the embodiment, more of the embodiment of ascension, rather than floating like a fairy up in the ethers watching tarot readings all day. You know, I'm seeing angel numbers all day and I watch tarot readings all day and I'm getting signs from spirit all day. It's like, yeah, that, you know, I mean, that's, I don't want to say it like, you know, like I'm jaded or something, because I'm not. I'm saying it like kind of sarcastic and funny because it's just, that's just how it is. That's what I see a lot, right? So, oh, thank you for the donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And, you know, by the way, you guys, like if someone wants a reading, pinned at the top of this, let me make sure it's still there. Yes, pinned at the top, the very first comment, pinned by me. I give very distinct instructions on if you would like a reading today, look at the description box and follow the instructions. So that is the only way to get a reading today, is by following the instructions in the description box. And then you just come back in here and you share like paid, sent to PayPal, my name is John, and then I will add you to the list. But yes, so that is the direction, and that's why I pinned it to the top. So I just wanted to make sure, because I'm like, did I say that? I don't think I did. And then I don't think I didn't read the list yet. So I'll read that in just a second of who I have already. But there are spaces available. There are spaces available. Yes, so everyone who paid prior to the live, you'll be on the list. Per usual, per always. Yes, Nicole. Yes, Nicole. $30 USD. Yes, love. Everything is in the description box. Okay, and okay, Uba or Uba. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm trying to. Okay, well, first of all, your energy, I will not read for your energy. I felt it from the get, and I was about to override that and just say, it's okay, like, thank you, and like, I see what you did here, and I'm gonna read for you, but I'm not reading for you. I won't read for you. So I'll refund you the money, it's no problem. It's very easy for me to go through and refund anything from anyone. after the live is over. But I'm sorry. I refuse to read for anyone who has that kind of fucking attitude. So goodbye. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me make a note of that. I'm like, do not mess with me right now. Refund. And what was it? Super chat. ×2. All right. Like, and that's true, you know, like if you guys are out there doing spiritual work, like, you know, it's typical for like people to act like psychopaths and they show their assholes to the world. Like, okay, that's Mercury retrograde. That is full on Mercury retrograde, like energy. Like when people just do, like they it's very bipolar. Even people that maybe you're, you know, like that are in your regular like environments, people at work or a boss or a friend or your mom or whoever, that is literally Mercury retrograde right there. You know, and I'm like, it's just, I don't know what people think. Like, do you think I'm a circus monkey here for your psychic entertainment? Because you need me, I don't need you. It's like that. So keep that in mind, mi amors. Don't, You never want to like connect with people like that. Like their energy, I felt it immediately. And like as I was talking and stuff, and then, yeah, then he showed, you know. Yeah, people can be odd. I'm used to it though. That's why I'm like, this is Mercury retrograde. This is it. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like they feel entitled. Exactly. Yes, exactly. That's exactly. Like I sent you a super chat, bitch. Read for me. That's how they act like that. That's the energy. Exactly. And I get it like that too through email. Like people will be like, oh, I want to book with you. And I'm like, okay, you know? And then but it's a very entitled energy. And then I will not read for them. I will not read for them. I will refund them like that. No. Oh, why does it say I just turned it on? Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. Yeah, there it is right there. Earlier, Gypsy Cowgirl turned on subscribers only mode. Then I just went in again and it was off again. Gypsy Cowgirl just turned on subscribers only mode. This is annoying. This is Mercury retrograde though. It's been terrible, I'm telling you guys. This is the third time I've had to turn that on. When I scheduled the live, I turned it on and then I had to turn it on once already earlier and just again right now because I can tell like when all these like weird comments start coming through, that's not my subscribers. Those are not my subscribers. I can always tell. My subscribers have like, I can tell, I can feel it. So, you know, like when they start coming in, I can feel it. Like, ooh, I don't like this energy. This is not my people. And maybe they could be my people, but I know they're not supposed to be my people. They're not meant to be here. And I can feel the difference between that too, which is an awesome superpower. That is some awesome discernment. All right. Hold on, let me try this one more time. It says it's on, but all right. Yeah, and they keep coming through. Exactly. That's what I mean. This is exactly Mercury retrograde type stuff that happens. It's I don't know. It's just always, you know what I mean? It's always something with Mercury retrograde, but this one is like really bad. then hit that subscribe button, Nicole. We would love to have you, sweetheart. Was that you, Anna? I saw some Venmo stuff come through, but I haven't checked it yet, love. But let me add you real fast before I forget. So you're going to be number 11 today. Anna, oh, thank you, sweetheart. Let me read this real quick, because what I'm going to do is just for Lionsgate, okay? And I'm doing like the week of Lionsgate as these predictions and pulling cards. Because it's very, very, very powerful energy here. So we'll go up through about the 12th to about like almost the mid-month, like right after, because the energy carries, it lingers, right? So that the portal peaks on the 8th. It doesn't happen only on the 8th or whatever, okay? We are already in the portal energy, so we should already be grounding and manifesting and using our third eyes and like embodying so much love, and like we should be already doing that. Like, it's not something you go, okay, it's coming up, I'm gonna spend the day, you know, no. We are in it already. So let's go about there. We'll just say that till about, and we'll say like first like 2 weeks. So I'm going to start with this is for love. This is for divine unions, okay? So we're going to get some messages here. I'm going to get 2 different energies because I can feel, well, I feel different timelines with everyone here. But the way that my higher self is coming through, and my higher self is like, Erica, break it down into 2 different groups today. So that's what I'm doing, because there's basically 2 really powerful timelines that many of you guys are on. You're either on one or the other. So we're gonna do that. Okay, so I'm gonna check the temperature and the prediction energy of love for each timeline that I'm feeling here. And then I don't know. And then I'll get like a spiritual guidance energy too. I just want to see like what the message is for love. So let's go ahead and see for timeline number 1 and then timeline number 2. So for timeline number 1 that I'm picking up on here, what is the message for Lionsgate portal around divine connection and union? You forgot about the Lionsgate. Aw, you're so welcome, Natasha. You're so welcome. Oh, here we go. Okay, timeline number 1. So I don't know, you know, it's up to you guys to figure out what timeline you're on. But your intuition should have probably already told you that, honestly. Like when I was like, there's 2 different timelines, number 1 and number 2, you know, like your intuition, your higher self should have already told you that instantly. Like, I'm timeline 1, I'm timeline 2. For some of you guys, right, you might, there could be a resonant, because you could be moving from one into the other. So remember that too. So for timeline number 1, the message is power. I love the like serpent kundalini, and I just spoke all about the snake and the snake shedding its skin and how it's the, you know what I mean? Powerful. If you're seeing snakes, like you see one in person or you see one, you know, whatever, on a card, or the word snake, okay? What I'm seeing, hold on. Okay, so for timeline number 1, this is a message about like snakes in the grass, okay? So this is like, there's energy, there's basically like, is retribution the right word? I don't know. I don't know if retribution is the right word. It feels like it. It sounds like it's like, we'll just say right now, there's a lot of karmic blowback for people who have been doing you wrong or dirty, okay? We don't take pleasure in that, okay? Like, please, I hope you're evolved enough now to know that that's not like good. They get that, but they just, you know what I mean? That's so nasty and low vibrational, and that will bring negative karma on you. By the way, if you do that kind of stuff, it'll be like, well, the universe goes, oh really? Okay, here's some for you too then, you know. But what I'm saying is, like, it's just like, and it's funny because I just did a reel on Instagram this morning or like a little while ago about this, about how like there's karmic blowback happening for people from your past. Saturn retrograde, baby. Lord of Karma. She's paying karmic debt. So, you know, it's unresolved karma, unresolved karmic debt. Okay, and we're all getting that right now. So it could be karma from like, you know, 5 years ago, from 2 years ago, you know. I think for a lot of you guys, I mean, it could be from 20 years ago, right? But I think for a lot of you guys, you've cleared a lot of karma. But Spirit's all, yeah, but they've been also like creating it too. So good and bad, right? So that's what I mean. Maybe like 2-3 years ago, you were still in a lower vibration. You were awakening and you were more conscious, but you were still in a low vibration. And maybe you were sending evil eye, or maybe you were like, you know, sending like jealousy or, you know what I mean? Or like, oh, I wish they fail, or, oh, you know, the little stink guy, or, you know, that's normal. Like, we've all had those kinds of things, like, you know. So it's, again, like, it's not to judge. It's just to be like, yeah, like I was like that. Like, you got to own your shit. You got to be honest and truthful. No more gaslighting yourself or others. Like, yeah, I was, you know, I was insecure. I was jealous, you know. But I think a lot of you guys, that was like a lot of what's been projected on you over the past however long. Probably since you were born, basically, like since you can remember. We've all been there, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of light workers carry that really beautiful light. And so naturally people are drawn to us, but they also hate our guts for no reason at all. They just hate us. They hate us because they ain't us. No, I'm just kidding. They hate us because it's we trigger something in them that they can't put their finger on, typically, you know. It's just, they feel it, you know. It's not like, it's just, that's just how it is. That's how it is. So anyways, when it comes to divine union, timeline 1. So this is all for like timeline 1. So basically, like, snakes are getting their heads chopped off. I've had many prophetic visions and dreams shown to me about enemies and enemy circles, and, you know, people trying to attack me and do spell work and all this stupid shit that they try to do to me, and it never works. All it does is ricochet off me and go right back to them multiplied, literally. I've seen it. I've seen it so many times. It's crazy. That's how divinely protected I am. Am I saying I've never been attacked? No, I sure as heck have. But it's not really from people or you know what I mean? It's more of entities and parasites and, you know, demonic forces like that. Like, it's not really coming. I mean, it does. I get jealous energies all the time, every day from people, but I show myself constantly. But you know what I'm saying? So, but I think for a lot of you guys, it's been that, like, you know. But I've seen prophetic visions. They've shown me plenty of times, like, especially when I do some kind of like work where I'm just like casting them out and rebuking them all, and, you know, doing that kind of stuff. Like going into a ceremony for it, you know what I mean? Like, I will do a ritual ceremony or whatever I'm guided to do about it. Whenever I do that, or I have done that in the past, but essentially, like, blowing them all to smithereens out of my field, okay, and then throwing up, you know, shields. Anytime I've ever done that, I've had a prophetic dream where I will see, like, the most recent one that I had was actually last year, in June of last year. I had cut some energies out of my life that were very deceptive and very good at hiding the deception and showing up as a love and light energy. That was a test of discernment for me, which I'm thankful for. We always are thankful for them. But I very quickly was like, oh no, like, this person is not a good energy. And, you know, etc. and so forth, right? So, and then people from my past too. So I had a prophetic dream where I was shown all of these people in a circle, and there was this big old black snake that was like dying. It was dying, and then the head was like fell off, basically. Okay, like, but it was like dying, and you know, like if you've ever seen a snake die, or if you've literally, like, I hate that I've seen this before, but I have seen this before living up in the mountains, like having ex-boyfriends and brothers and boys around. You know, they love catching rattlesnakes, and you know, rattlesnakes, because rattlesnakes, you know, they mind their own business, but they don't at the same time. You know, they will attack your dog or your cats, or you know what I mean, or a child. You know, like they're dangerous. They are, and extremely deadly, right? So, anyways, they would, if they found one or there was one on the property, things like that. You know, what did they do? They would take it and chop the head off. And if you've ever seen a snake like dying, because all of the nerves, you know what I mean? Its body, it's the, I can't, it makes me so sad. It breaks my heart, like to even like, but that's what I was being shown, was like, they were, you know what I mean? So that's what I see for a lot of you guys. I think it's just for in general, a lot of you guys. But anywho, timeline number 1, a lot of that stuff, because I see like a lot of it's kind of been holding you down too. Like it's kind of had a hold on you in some way or the next. It's like you did something, or your spirit guides have stepped in. You gave them finally permission to intervene. Whatever happened. I don't know. You broke the curse because you cleared some. I don't know. But I got all that from that. So anyways, now there, I mean, but look, it's like feminine and masculine, but it's about like the Kundalini rising and coming into Hydroscamus union, like coming into union with yourself. You instinctively know what is right for you, and you have the power to say no or to walk away at any time. Okay, you know what I'm getting here? Timeline number 1. Timeline number 1 in the next couple weeks, and maybe just overall in the month of August, I think that there's going to be some people coming into your reality, like your 3D. And I think that's what Spirit is going. I feel like these are like more little tests of discernment, but it's like maybe like someone shows up or something, and it's like, remember, you instinctively know what's good for you and what's not right for you. Like, oh, this feels resonant, this feels right in alignment with me, or no, this person does not feel right and in alignment with me. And you have the power to say yes or no and walk away at any given moment. So it's kind of like, just FYI, remember this for what's about to happen next. Okay, timeline number 1. And we have love on the bottom of the deck. That was there from earlier. You know, I was using this deck earlier, and I remember seeing it on the bottom earlier. But it's there, so nonetheless. Let's get a card here about this real fast, and then we'll jump to timeline number 2. Spiritual freedom. Freeing you from something. Okay, so let's go back to what I just said about all that like dark stuff, and you know, just nasty energies and people and old cords and, you know, parasitic things like in the ethers and like whatever it is, right? So spiritual freedom, like super protected, by the way, but it's just like at peace, you know what I mean? So it's like the more that you step into that, but also the more that you just step into the freedom energy of like, you know, like just shaking everything off, and like just, I'm a free spirit, and like I'm not gonna like sit and like absorb everything and hold on. I'm gonna be free. I'm gonna like free myself of that. I'm not gonna like, you know, and that's, again, I think it's like your spirit team freeing you of some kind, you know what I mean? It's like a redemption energy. I don't know. Also, the love of your life, like your person, whoever your person is, they will ignite your spirituality. They will ignite and you will feel so free. There's no confinement. There's no, and I think that's what this is. It's like the universe likes to, it's almost like practice people. It's practice people. You've been going through a massive, massive, massive transformation. So before you come into a divine union, the universe is probably going to send in a few practice people, meaning you help them in some way and they help you in some way by mirroring and reflecting to you what you've ascended beyond and what you now, do you know what I mean? It's going to be practice, I think. I think so. But anyways, your person, it's that spiritual freedom where you guys both, it's like you both just feel so free and like you are like your total authentic selves, and like it's not like any like low vibe, like you know what I mean? It's beautiful. So there might be like a date or two that you go on prior to divine union. The devil. I'm never wrong about, I can always see it and feel it. I'm not saying I'm never wrong. Like, I mean, I can always be wrong, but I just talked all about how I saw this image and I immediately felt dark energy and snakes in the grass. And there you go. See, you are now more spiritually free, where you were being held down by some kind of devil, some kind of Luciferian energy, demonic entity, people who've been infiltrated, or just people in general, or even your own inner demons. My nose is running. My channeling, this used to happen a lot in like the first couple years when I would be channeling. I used to get the runny nose, and then it kind of stopped for the last couple years. Mostly I just get hot and sweaty, and my hands get hot, and the crown gets hot and tingles. I don't really get the running nose so much these days, but it's happening now. My nose is running like a DM. This is also confirmation, timeline 1, that you have conquered, you have chosen spiritual freedom, and you've been conquering the devils too. So when you do that, it brings you into more of an alignment within yourself of Hyros Gamos union, your inner feminine masculine becoming one together instead of just separate, and I'm only operating in this and ignoring this, and you know what I mean? It's inner holy union, Hyros Gamos. When you come into more of a holy sacred union within yourself, that's when divine union can happen. It's not going to happen before that. It just won't. It won't, it won't, it won't, it won't, it won't, it won't, it won't. Impossible. Impossible. I don't even know how to say impossible in any other language. It is impossible. If you are not in an inner union with yourself, you will not come into inner union or outer union with anyone else like that. Not a divine union. Is there anything to add to that? Is there anything to add? So this morning, okay, so it's funny because, you know, I just ran my Akashic. By the way, if there's anyone that sees this where you have not heard back from me and you paid or, you know, to book one of my Akashic reading specials I just did like this last week. It ended on the 24th or the 24th, somewhere on there. If you haven't heard from me, please email me again. I'm going to make a post about it too, but I think I've pretty much gotten through to everyone, but I feel like I was going through the spam folder too. So just in case, like if you're like, yeah, I paid and I booked, but I haven't heard from you, please email me. Please email me again. And then I need to go through and double check everyone who sent payments in. But if I have a name, but no way to contact you, like your email or something, you know what I mean? So what I usually do if that ever happens is I'll post it here on YouTube on the community page. Like I'll post it on the newsfeed thing here for my channel. Like, hey, like I need such and such and such and such and such to please reach out and email me, you know, or whatever. So I'll do that too, but just while I'm here in case. Okay. Yeah. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. I am free. I am free. That's timeline number 1. And look it. I almost said, I have to watch my, you guys know what I was going to say. Look at the fucking freaking parasites. Look at these mofos. That is literally how some, I mean, yeah, they look like that. If you have that kind of vision where you can see these things in the spiritual realm like I do, so like when I do my one-on-one healing sessions with people, etc., I tune into their vessel. I scan. And I'm like a MRI, a human MRI machine. You know, I do like a full-on scan, and I can see every little implant, device, hook, parasite, any demonic entities, demons themselves, like anything that there is, siphoning off of you, piggybacking on you. And it's really gross. It's really gross. It's freaky. It's not like, it's gross. It's freaky. Like, everyone's like, I want to be in tune with my gifts. I'm like, you wait. Like, be careful what you wish for. Because it really sucks when you're walking through Costco and you can see this kind of energy walking around among people and hovering over them. And like, it's so dark. It's weird. Hence why I'm such an isolated hermit at home. Because I don't got to see this all the time. Okay. But it's a superpower. You know what I mean? It's a superpower. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. Lou. Jesus. I cannot. Timeline number 1. The devil again. Like, this is just the universe coming through and saying, this is also Capricorn. This is also Saturn's energy. I spoke of Saturn retrograde and how important, like, everything I say is for a reason, even if at the moment it's kind of like, me. She's just talking, channeling. Everything. There it is. Double devil in your timeline. That is conquered. That is done. Because guess what? Spiritual freedom has won. Spiritual freedom has won. F the devils. Y'all can kick rocks. You know what's right and what's wrong for you. So what in your life is still, like, what feels right and wrong for you? Again, no more lying to yourself. If you lie to yourself, you're only hurting you. Maybe the lie is, I'm ready for a divine counterpart and union. But you're lost inside. Or you're struggling financially and you don't, you know, there's so many factors. Like, I'm telling you, to come into a divine union, there's a really beautiful kind of more balanced energy. And I'm not saying that is the end all be all, you know, that is the stipulation for divine union and period, point blank. But it kind of is. Like attracts like. So if you're like in that energy, like where you're here versus here, or like in the in-between of the two, which is where a lot of people are, the in-between of the old and the new, the old timelines, the new timelines. But look at this bottom of the deck. See, this is what I mean. It's so funny. It's so crazy. So very, very strong Capricorn on this timeline. I'm seeing for some of you guys, you have a Capricorn, either you are the Capricorn or it's a sun sign. Sun sign Capricorns. Very strong twin flame here. Look at that. 10 cups. So this is your incoming. So I'm pulling on like current versus in the next couple of weeks. So what Lionsgate is doing is Lionsgate is kicking all the teeth and it's kicking the out of these energies. Anything that's trying, it's major protection. But you're also doing this, okay? So it's a co-creation, right? Okay. So, but this is the incoming timeline. This is the integration. I'm hearing Tupac. You gotta keep your head up, okay? Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier, right? Ooh, child, things that get brighter. So that's it. You got to keep your eye on the prize, Mia Moore, because and let's just say in general for every light worker on the face of this freaking planet, these energies right here, they walk among us. They're everywhere. Everywhere. Just like the angels walk among us, they walk among us. That's why I'm always like hammering down about spiritual protection and clearing your energy and calling your energy back and sending energy out and shielding yourself every single day, morning, before you get up, out. I mean, before you go out of your house, you know what I mean? Like, this right here could latch onto your Amazon package, because let's say it's latched onto another, let's say it's latched onto the Amazon delivery driver. This guy right here, he's latched onto the Amazon delivery driver, and then he holds your package and then puts it at your home, where you openly, lovingly receive it with excitement. You pull it into your house. Now this guy's attached in your home somewhere, or to you, or to the item you bought. Like, that's how it works. It's energetic transfer. And a lot of the times they will move person to person to person to person, especially if it's going from a lower vibrational person where it has an opportunity to latch onto a higher vibrational energy. Okay. All right. So that was timeline number 1. And I'm not gonna spend as much time on timeline number 2, because honestly, I knew this. I felt timeline number 1 was gonna be like this, and that's why I spent more time with it. Timeline number 2, I guarantee, as much as I can guarantee. You guys are getting goofy, Erica, today. I like it. You're getting goofy, Erica. But honestly, this is just more of like me coming out. So like, you know, this time of year, blah, 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 it's always hard for me, okay? And let me tell you, I do not share a lot of stuff that goes on in my life. My life is it is a magical life. I live a magical life. And so guess what? Things happen a lot that has to do with spiritual realm stuff. Like, just, it's crazy all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy. But this time of year is always hard. It's, you know, my youngest brother, who he transitioned. He's one of my beautiful Blu-ray angels. I keep doing that because he's back here with me. His earthly birthday is July 18th, so it just passed. And then my other brother, his birthday is 28th of July, so that just passed. So, you know, so July is always like my brother, the end of July is always my brother's birthday season, you know. But my youngest brother passed, you know, so it just, this year hit really hard because of old wound, grief, trauma, all that stuff. It is triggered very easily right now for us to heal it, to feel it. So it's a lot of stuff like that, you know, whether and grief is a big one, you guys. You lost a loved one, you lost a lover, a loved one, a friend, a sibling, a grandma, a grandpa, an auntie, an uncle, a best friend, you know what I mean? And it's really weird too, because like there was someone from like when I was like 18 to like, from like 18 to like 25, I had like, you know, a few really great friends, and we just were, you know, we were young and dumb and just that, you know what I mean? But one of my really great friends, Todd, he died of, it was just horrible. There's been so much death in my life, so much death in my life. People close to me though, like close, not like, oh yeah, that person died and that person died. Like, no, like close people to me. He died of an overdose, like 13 years ago, somewhere around there. And I had seen so much death and been to so many funerals. For him, I shut down. My heart went nope. And at that time, I was not on my journey or anything. I was still very asleep, very asleep. But I did not want to go to his funeral. I like refused. I did not go. And ever since then, I kind of regretted it, but at the same time, I haven't. So again, old grief and wounds. And I tucked his passing. I tucked it away. I cried maybe, you know, a few times, like right around when it happened, and it just affected me. But I buried it into the subconscious field so I could just keep living life. Because at that point, I was like, this is too much death. 6 months prior to that, his boyfriend, the love of his little life, he took his life. Drove off of a bridge, and I was the one driving home at like midnight through the country fields out here, going over that bridge, because that's how I was going back to my parents' house. And I witnessed it like right after it happened. Like the emergency vehicles had just arrived at the scene, and they were just starting to block people off, and I could see all the water that splashed from his car going in. I saw all the water and all the wet all over the bridge. That was his boyfriend. Both very close friends of mine. So Garrett passed, and then 6 months later, Todd passed. And so that I was like, I can't, you know, and then it was like a few years after that, then my grandma, and then my brother, and you know what I mean? And then there was me in between. I had a really almost fatal car accident, really bad accident. Just so much nonstop, right? So anyways, the reason why I brought that up and the reason why I'm talking about that is because, hello, Mercury retrograde brings things back from the past. People, old, you know, Saturn is old karma, old, you know, like your lessons, your, you know, all the stuff that's coming back up, right? So a friend of ours who like kind of hung out in our circle sometimes, he actually, he came by my house like just a couple days ago and brought flowers. It was really sweet. And like we went to go have dinner. We just, you know, catch up and stuff like that. But he was very close to Todd. And so again, just really weird. And I haven't seen or talked to Mike for 20 years easy. Even way before Todd passed and stuff. So it's the past showing back up during this time. And what do you think we talked about? We talked all about the good old days and memories and fun times and partying and goofy shit we did. And then we talked a lot about Todd. And it brought up all of the stuff again for me. The same week of my brother's birthday and all, you know, everything is coming up. No matter what it is, it's coming up. And thank you guys. I see all of your very sweet comments. Thank you. And listen, I'm not sitting here with my violin all, poor me. I'm saying all this to be the divine reflection and mirror, because that's my job. That's all I'm here to do is channel, share, and that's it, and be the mirror. So you can be like, damn, like same shit happened to me, or I've known a lot of loss too, Erica, or I lost a good friend to an overdose, or whatever it is. Or maybe it's just, yeah, I feel that too, a lot of grief. But it's like you got to sit with it and honor it, and you really got to just be like, okay, like I let this go. So that's been my whole like last week and a half or so or whatever. Oh, and then this is what I mean. I'm telling you, like my friend showing up at my house, random, bringing me like flowers, random, like all this just stuff, boom, 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 boom. Well, like the day before that, some of you guys follow me on Instagram, so you saw this. The day before that, I was gonna go for a morning walk. Then I was like, no, I'm not gonna go for a morning walk because I don't know, I didn't want to go. And then my higher self was like, you need to go on your morning walk. Something was pulling me out there to go. And I live in the farmland and in the fields, etc. So I go and I walk. There's like irrigating canals, like rivers, basically, like man-made rivers. So I go, that's where everyone walks. They walk and jog and push strollers and, you know, walk their dogs. So I go back there and I walk. Anyways, something was pulling me that day. There was no one out. And then I was walking along the canal, and then all of a sudden I see this big, beautiful owl sitting on the embankment of the canal. In the morning, out in the light, you don't really see owls during the day. If you do, they're sick, something's wrong, or they're dying, something's not right. If you see, just like if you see a raccoon out in the day, it has rabies, something's wrong, it's sick, stay away from it. You know, a possum, say anything that's a night creature, a creature of the night. If you see it during the day, you know. So immediately I knew. I was like, no, like, God, why are you showing me this? Please, no. And then it let me walk right up to it, like right up to it. Beautiful barn owl, beautiful. I've never looked in the eyes of an owl prior to that. That was the craziest shit. It keeps flashing in my mind's eye over and over and over again. The moment we locked eyes, it looked right into the deepest part of my soul. And it was like when I looked into its eyes, I went right into the spirit realm It was so weird. The weirdest freaking thing I've ever felt. And if you ever, but at the same time, it was looking at me like its big old black eyes. It was looking at me like, help me. Like it called me. So if you guys have been with me for a little while, you guys know like the owl, spirit animal, it is like my biggest, and the cat and the kitty cat and the, you know, the cats. But the owl spirit is my biggest, and the hawk. But the owl for me is my biggest animal, like, connection. And they visit me all the time. They watch over me. Like, I'll be praying at night at like 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, and it'll fly right over me and screech, letting me know, received, I'm here, blah, blah, blah. Prayers are heard and answered, whatever it is. So long story short, the owl like lets me get up close to it. Then it flies over to the other side very gently because it had no energy, like this. And then it just kind of plopped onto the ground on the other side of like the embankment. So I crossed over the little bridge, and then I was like, okay, then it went into the field, and it was kind of like trying to walk with its wings out. Then it started doing what they call toe sweeping. When an owl gets, when they're in distress, something's wrong. Okay, it's kind of how they ward off predators if something's wrong with them. They start doing toe sweeping, where they put their head down and they start going back and forth like this. Like they're shaking their head, no, 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 no. And they're sweeping with their beak. They sweep their toes, their little talons. So anyways, it started doing toe sweeping, and I was like, oh gosh. And then I started speaking light language to it. Long story short, came back to the house. I had a client, went back afterwards. Then the owl was even further out in the field. It had walked. Somehow it walked. When I first went back, I was like, it's gone. And then I tuned into the field's energy in the owl, and I was like, nope, it's not gone, it's here. So then I was like, fuck, now I have to walk out in like this big old field, like huge field, not a small field, a big field. And so I started walking the field, and then I was like trying to like look the best I can, you know, because the owl was like hunkered down and there's grass and, you know, really hard to see. Well, I saw its white face, like above a little thing of grass. I saw a ball of white, and I was like, there it is. So anyways, went and got it. It let me scoop it up. I put it in the towel, carried it home like a baby, brought it to the front porch. The wildlife rescues were closed till the next day. I knew it was gonna pass. I knew it was gonna pass. I was hoping it wouldn't. But I knew it was gonna pass. And about 2 hours after I brought it back, and I put it in a huge box on the front porch. My front porch is very quiet, out in the open, like it's shaded. So it was a perfect spot for it. I just placed it into the box. Like the towel was wide open. It was just right there. It could have easily gotten up and flown out. It didn't. And then like I went out right as the owl was like starting to take its last breath. Like I just knew. I went out there and I got it on video. Because I was going to send the video to my mom and just like show her. And then literally as I was doing that, I felt it. I felt its soul leaving. And then it just moved. Because it was laying still. And it had stretched its little like legs out. Like it was kind of like, oh, thank God. Like it knew it was safe. It knew it was safe. It knew it, you know. And I think that's exactly why it called to me. Because it's a precious, precious being. And I'm like, this is so cruel, universe. Why would you do this to me? That's the life that is our lives as light workers. How many times have you guys been at that exact moment where you've seen a little birdie that fell out of the nest, or you saw a kitty cat that was injured, or a doggy with a limp that got hit by a car, or birds with a hurt wing, or you know what I mean? So it called out to me for whatever reason that morning to go and find it, retrieve it, and bring it back. And just be with it. Love it as it left its body. And that when it left its body, its little wings stretched out, and she kind of did like a little, like she was getting comfy and cozy. And then she just... And I'm like trying not to cry because it was so hard. It was like burying a loved one. I swear to God, it was weird. like my soul family. It probably was. That's probably what it was like an owl spirit that has been with me or something. And it was like, okay, now I'm going to go. Come be with me now. Something. It was so like full circle moment, but weird. So anyways, and I felt like, I was like, oh my God, like I had been praying and praying and praying. Because I find I get gifted feathers all the time, like many of you. But I've been praying and praying for like a big, beautiful owl feather as a gift from one of my biggest guides. And instead, I got a whole owl. Anyways, I did a ceremony for her and buried her. And tuned in with her energy, and she's with me now. So she's like, basically like, that's like now she's with me for life. Like she's like a part of me. She's with me now. And ever since that happened just a few days ago, I've been getting like the most wild, insane, even way more than before. I've been getting the most wild, insane owl messages and synchronicities from her. And one of them is divine union, because today Ozzy Osbourne just passed away. Ozzy, we love you. I love Ozzy. I'm a big Black Sabbath fan. I love Ozzy Osbourne. Love Ozzy Osbourne. And Erica, what do you mean? You're a priestess of the Christ consciousness, and how can you love the Prince of Darkness, who's satanic worshiper? He's not, though. He's not at all. He's not. He's what we call a shadow worker, very connected to the darkness and the shadow. Just like dark feminine, like Lilith. You could think kind of like Lilith as a goddess, but Lilith's energy, or Hecate, very similar to like that of like an Ozzy Osbourne, but like feminine. It was all just a persona. But anyways, it like really touched my heart. And I think he passed the same day or like the day after. I don't know. It was like all the stuff, like my brother, Ozzy Osbourne, the owl, like everything. My friends showing up, rehashing my other friend's death. Like it was just all like this week is like old grief and death. And then other stuff happening to trigger the old wounds. It makes you think about death. It makes you think about funerals. It makes you think about when you were at one, or when someone, you know what I mean? Why was I bringing up Ozzy? Oh, because like I've just been watching like some stuff, and then I watched like the thing they did in Birmingham yesterday for him with his family, and like it's just so, God, like it's just the end of an era. It really is. Like you just feel it. Like fuck, like this world is different, and it's never gonna be the same again. We cannot go back. And it's like all the legends are going, you know what I mean? Next thing you know, it's going to be Paul McCartney, and you know what I mean? Like that, like Cher, Bette Midler, like all the, you know what I mean? Like it's just crazy. So anyways, but going back to the owl and like the divine union thing. So, you know, I don't know. Ozzy Osbourne has like 6 kids, you know. He's got like the ones he had with Sharon, his wife, love of his life. Very like Johnny Cash and June Carter vibe with them too. You know, I don't think Sharon will live. I think her sweet soul will be joining his not too far out. But like he's got some other kids from like his previous marriage or whatever. And he has a son, like an old, like, I don't know, his son's like older, like 50s or something. But anyways, so like they were showing like clips of like the family and just different stuff. And then I was like, oh my God, because I've also been obviously getting a lot of messages about my own divine connection and union, and you know, like my beloved is coming into my life, and like all these really powerful things. And then the owl was so significant. Well, I screenshotted it. I can't really, but anyways, it was a photo of his son's wedding and him and his wife, and he's got like, I just love it because it's like so like a kind of like a, like they were both in white, but it was like almost like a gothy, very vampy, like deep reds, and I love that. The wife, the fresh bride and groom, they're both standing there together after they just got married, and she's holding on her arm a big, beautiful barn owl that looked just like the one And then the groom, Ozzy's son, had a big, like, beautiful, like, hawk on his arm. So he was like the hawk and she was the owl. I was like, are you kidding me? And then, of course, all the numbers were hitting on the thing, and, like, you know, the 222s and all the, you know. That was my week, you guys. So not that anyone cares. Let's get to timeline number 2 now. I had to share because I don't, you know, like, this shit is crazy. This is crazy. And I've been meeting with clients every day because I've been trying to schedule, and I've been doing so many Akashic readings every single day because I had a lot of people that signed up for the special I had just done, you know, where you get the full hour Akashic session with me for half off. Like, people were like, hell yeah, which I don't blame anyone. I would have done the same thing. But yeah, so anyways, before I finish the story of the owl, so when I was before I buried her, I was praying. Sorry. And I asked her, like, where do you want to be buried? What should I call you? And I asked, can I have one of your feathers? And she said, take as many as you want. But of course, I would not. I would not. So, like, when you have birds, if you've ever owned birds or had birds, they clip their wings. So they clip the flight wings. They clip the flight wings, you know. And so that's what I did, is I just pulled her little wing and I snipped. The wings, like, at a certain point, the wing, it's just hollow. It's just the feather. You know what I mean? There's no, like, body, or you're cutting, you know, there's nothing. I would never do, like, any kind of, you know, no. I wanted, like, I was honoring her in the most profound way I could. But she was like, take as many as you want. And so I just was like, I'm just going to take a few of the flight feathers. And so I did. And I'll show you guys. I have them on my altar out here. Because she protects the front. And I'm going to use it with healing with my clients and stuff too. Because that was the whole point. So I tuned in more and I was like, thank you. Like, and I was like, what is your wish? Like, what do you want me to use these feathers for? For the collective. She said, use them with people. Like, use them. So that's what I'm going to do. Anyways, it just was like a whole thing. I'm telling you, most people will be like, this woman's freaking nuts. Like, she's a Bali baby over a damn bird. And when I was out there, like, when I first saw the owl and it flew over into the field, like, one of the people who live, like, across the field, he could see me, like, standing there. It was, you know, he lives there, so of course it's weird. I would do the same thing. So he got in his car and he drove over to where I was to check it out. Like, what are you doing? And then when he got closer, he saw, like, I was looking at, like, a big old freaking bird. And he was like, what is it, a hawk? He pulled up and rolled down his window. He's like, oh, what is it, a hawk? And I was like, no. I'm like, it's a big owl. And, you know, of course, his reaction was just like, oh, man, that sucks, you know? Like, just so heartless and just not like I expect emotion from that kind of energy, but, like, just like, oh man, that's sad. Like, but he did say, well, maybe I can alert one of these other neighbors because she has a, what do you call it? A raptor license where she can handle birds of prey. She's been licensed for rapturous birds like that, like the raptor license, you know what I mean? Or whatever. So I was like, that'd be awesome. But no one ever did nothing. No one ever did nothing. So aw, thank you, you guys. Thank you so much. I know, I'm like, I know. I feel the love. I feel the love from everyone. I feel the love from everyone. Thank you, loves. Okay, so let me show you the owl, and then we'll do timeline number 2, and then we'll get started all the messages. I'm like, oh my God, like I was, but that's how I was. Like, that's honestly like that. Like, I was like, I couldn't. I was like, this is too fucking much. Like, I need like 2 days off after this. And I was going to go live yesterday. And then my mom, she had a physical therapy appointment out in like one of the cities kind of out here closer. And so she's like, I'm going to be out and about, like basically like, I'm going to come by and let's And then I was like, you know what? Like, screw it. Like, I'll just move the live to tomorrow and just like, you know, and honestly, I needed it. Hold on. So just to give you an idea, like the owl, she was huge. She was like probably as big as like as tall as like my torso. I swear to God, she was a big, I think she was old. I think that's what it was. I don't think she was sick. I think she was just old. I think she was old. And I think she was just naturally like organically like dying. And it just was meant to be, whatever. You know, again, I was tuning in and I'm like, what's wrong? Like, you know, and it just felt, the way I saw it was like, it's beyond her being saved. There's nothing anyone could do. And she just needs to be peaceful and loved in these last moments. That was literally like it. But this is her. This is her flight feathers. These right here are so, like, they're the soft, they feel like rabbit fur, like Angora. Like, it's just the softest thing. Oh, my mom is here. My mom knows. Hi, Mom. Everyone say hi to my mom. That's my mom, Michelle. So, there we go. So now I want to wrap it in like the bottom in leather, and I want to attach it to like a wand or something, but I'm going to be using it for like clearing and healing, and yeah, so she's medicine. This is the medicine. So yeah, Mom, I don't know how long you're in. I think you just came in, but I just shared with them the story about the owl, and I was like just crying my eyeballs out right now. Like, I had to bury her, be with her in her last moments, and then she let me take some of her feathers. Ah. Yeah, they really are. The softest I mean, even I have owl feathers. Like, I have owl feathers that have been dropped, and they're all soft. They're unbelievably soft. But like, that was like, it's like next level soft. It's just like, I don't know. But aw, thank you, Maria. Animals know how they are meant to cross over. Nature is chaotic. You have her sanctuary is what I feel. Yeah, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Hi, Ma. That's funny. I agree. Thank you, Natasha. Yeah, and Gilly. Thank you, Gilly. I don't know if it's Julie or Gilly. I want to say Gilly. Found you in divine time. I resonate with owls. Powerful gift from the universe. I agree. Thank you so much. And absolutely, of course, see? And the owl lovers get called in when I'm talking about the owls. Yeah. For me, they're like, I don't know. I mean, I know like the raven and the crow, but, and I love them. I love them. But you know what? There is an energy at times, because what I've seen is like a lot of times like darker energies, they will use like crows for not good things. So like every time I see a crow, I don't go, oh, crow. Like sometimes I'm like, ooh, I don't like the energy of that one. Or I don't like the energy of that flock. I can tell. Same thing with the magpies out here. Sometimes like they jump on my fence and I'm like, that motherfucker is spying. Or sometimes I'm like, oh, most of the time it's fine. But sometimes I can tell. I'm like, nope, I rebuke it. Go away, fly away. you know, and then I'll throw up like shields or whatever from it. But anyways, it's just, but with the owls, I've never, ever gotten that kind of energy, ever, ever. And they don't fly in groups. They're solitary birds, you know, like they'll root, like they'll have like a nest, or like, you know, there might be like 1 or 2 owls or whatever, but they don't fly in flocks. They don't hunt in flocks. They don't gang up on other birds. They, you know what I mean? There's a different, I don't know. That's just me though. You guys know how I roll. I'm like, that's me. This is what my experience is. This is what my awareness is. But I always encourage everyone to go into their hearts and tune in, you know. Someone might feel like an owl is not a great energy, and that's okay too. Aw, thanks, Mom. Yeah, I was just sharing with everyone. Merritt says, oh my God, I feel the same about magpies. Girl, that's your priestess within. I'm telling you. I love them. I love magpies. I would love to own, I was like, at first I was kind of excited about the owl. You know, when I saw it, I was like, ooh. I mean, I would never in a million years be able to keep an owl in this house. But I'm like, before, I will, mark my words, I will own my own owl. But I have always thought, oh, it'd be so cool to like have a magpie too, because they're so beautiful. I love magpies. But I will own an owl. I will have an owl. I will raise an owl. I will have an owl. But anyways, yeah, the magpies, they could be shady. And honestly, the magpie is associated a lot of the times with deceptive energies. In one of my tarot decks, it's the 7 of Swords card. He's got all the swords, he's running. Card of deception, betrayal. It's also a really positive card. A lot of people don't talk about that. I don't either. Because most of the time when I'm reading, it comes out as the negative shadow energy, not the positive aspect. But it is actually a really positive card in a lot of ways. Just every tarot card has shadow and light, period. But on that card, it's the card of the runner, the deceiver, the thief, the liar. And in that card is magpies. The artist put, or the creator put magpies too, because they represent that. The black and white feathers. Light and shadow, yin and yang. But they are, so they're very connected to witches, but they are associated a lot with like the deceptive energy, and crows are too. Crows and ravens are too. They've been very much used against, you know, for not good things, but they're also very benevolent. It's just, you know. So anyways, I'm like, oh God. I was trying not to cry because of like the Ascension symptoms, like just like everything that's coming through especially this week. I never get headaches, ever. I used to when I was like in high school. My mom will remember, there was a period where I started just losing all my hair and like just weird shit. And then, but I was getting horrible migraines, like terrible, like horrible. That stopped, and I just don't really get headaches. But this week I did. I was getting headaches and like a migraine. The one day it made me so like just feel so sick. But every time I cry right now, it triggers a headache. So I was trying not to cry. I'm like, no. But anyways. You guys have a lot of the magpies over in Belgium. Now, there's different magpies, too. So I think, like, the magpie, I don't know about Belgium, but I know, like, in Australia and, like, New Zealand and probably, like, Africa and, like, a lot of those, like, you know, the continents or what countries, etc. They have magpies, but their magpies are different. And the magpies, like, they're, like, big-ass magpies. Like, some of them are, like, the size of, like, a freaking falcon or something, you know. Yeah, that's like how ours are. They're black and white, and they have like the tint of like the iridescent blue, green, you know, all that. Yeah, back when I used to get migraines, I did all that. My mom, like, we went to the neurologist, and I think I've got like MRIs and like, yeah, I did all that stuff. Anyways. Let's do timeline number 2. Thank you, my loves, for letting me share that about the owl and just everything. It's a lot of death. It's a lot of like the death stuff. Just you know, and then I literally had the owl die. Like, I was like, what the the week of my brother's birthday, and like I told you about, like my friend, like just everything. But my point is that like always, like this is probably a lot of like what you guys are feeling or what things are happening, or maybe just like as we move more into Mercury retrograde, because I think it's retrograde till like the, I don't know, at least for another week or two, I think. Then we have the shadow, the post shadow. So, you know, and then Saturn retrograde. So there's just a lot. It's so intense. And the intense stuff is like the more dense stuff. That's why it's so intense. So anywho, I love you guys. And I put myself on the chopping block just to help, you know. And just because I'm a real person and I always just share authentically, and like, you know, I obviously don't share everything because I'm not supposed to. Our journey is such a personal journey. Lola, I was actually just going to comment back. I was going to say, I agree. I agree, Rob. Even though his comment was rude as fuck. It was directed towards me, but like I thought it was funny because I was like, I actually agree with that. Like, everybody's a tarot reader now. Everybody's a, you know. The problem is that there's way too many people that are doing it just because you guys know what I mean. Yeah, Pluto, Saturn, and Neptune, yeah. And then I think Chiron, the wounded healer, I think just joined the mix as well, retrograde. And that's the wounded healer. I mean, come on, guys, like, whoa. Then we have the full moon, Lionsgate, and then we're leading up to then we're going to have the equinox, and then we're going to have, like, then we have the eclipses starting in September. I'm very stubborn. I'm very stubborn, but it's not like stubborn, like, it's not stubborn like, you know, you're like, you got a chip on your shoulder. Like, I'm just, if you say up, I'm going to say down. If you say right, I'm going to say wrong. Like, it's not stubborn like that. I'm talking about like stubborn, like me, like with my own journey and healing and shadow work. And like, you know, it's not, you know, it's, I have to get hit pretty hard. You know, that's been my lessons. Like, I have to, like, I don't just get, like, knocked, like, open. I have to get, like, repeatedly punched in the face by the universe until I'm, like, bing, 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 bing. Oh, okay, now I know. Okay, now I get it. You know, it's like that. So, it just is what it is. But it literally is to the point now where we used to be able to get away with that. For years, we'd be able to get away with hiding from karma and, like, you know, our shadows. Like, that's how we've been living. Because the earth was low vibrational too, you know what I mean? So it just was easier. I mean, we always had karma and it would catch up to us, etc. But you know what I mean? Now it's like an instantaneous thing. Now it's like you just can't hide. Now it's like the more you resist, the more you're going to get, like I just said, punched in the head by the universe. Like, bing, bing, bing. Until it finally sets in, you know what I mean? So it's just, right now, that's a lot of that. So it's like, why, as things are happening or coming up, I'm like, oh God, this sucks again. Oh my gosh, like this sucks. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm reprogramming. I'm reprogramming the loop this time. You know, don't like get hard on yourself because you keep repeating the same shit. Don't do that to yourself. You idiot. You know better, you moron. You know? When it is right, you will shift. But we also can't just be like waiting for like the right time either, because that really doesn't exist either. like starting a YouTube channel. Like I want to wait for the right time. Meaning like my second YouTube channel, I wanted to start it like 4 months ago. Energetically, it has not been the right time. Astrologically, it has not been the right time. My ego was saying yes, but everything else was saying no. I know better than to listen to my ego anymore like that about anything. That my ego, like that kind of stuff does not drive me anymore. It's my higher self only. So, and that might be hard for other people to understand. Like she keeps saying she's going to start this channel, but she doesn't. What a loser. Like, no, it's just divine alignment. That is the right time. And that is a feeling, you know what I mean? But you kind of have to, you know what I mean? Like energetically, it hasn't been the right time. But now I can feel the new timeline. I can feel the shift. I can feel the alleviation of a lot of stuff. I can feel the future and see it. And so now I can see that the space where I've been trying to put this new project inside of, that space was not ready. Now that space is almost ready. You can't make it up. I'm channeling for timeline number 2. Because like I said earlier, whoever sees this through all space and time, I can feel the timeline split. Many of you guys are on timeline 1 and many of you guys are on this other timeline. Like I said, there's probably 10 different timelines that I'm feeling like within everything, but I'm going to break it down in 2. Timeline number 1, you guys are coming out of, it's some crazy shit. And timeline number 2, what did I say? What did I say, you guys? I said I'm not going to channel for timeline number 2 as long, because I already know timeline number 2 is going to be well on their way. There's some really powerful stuff, big stuff that's going to be happening over the next couple weeks. There it is. See, union. And I just talked about I talked about union and the photo I saw of the owl and the hawk in Ozzy Osbourne's son's wedding photo of him and his wife. Confirmation, soul marriage, divine union, literal like marriage, wedding. I don't believe in marriage or anything like that. It's anything with the government involved, I don't believe in. That is of the false matrix. I'm done. You guys know that. So me, myself, I will never get government married. Unless it's some crazy, crazy thing and it's like, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know. But anyways, I claim a life where I'm in full divine union and we flourish, we're wealthy, we have all the things we want without that stuff. That's the timeline I claim. And that's the timeline here. Basically, like, you know what I mean? Divine union, it's a higher ascended timeline. This also represents inner union with self. So this also connects to the first timeline I channeled where the card was this one. And I spoke all about the your inner feminine and masculine and how you will not, it's impossible to come into a divine union if you're completely out of whack and imbalance within yourself and your own life. As above, so below, as within, so without. If you are all like in turmoil, out of balance within, you better believe your reality is going to be the same way. And your relationships are going to reflect that. But when you come into an inner harmony, you ascend, you rise higher, that's what you're going to allow in. That's what you're going to call in, right? Card number 56, master number 11. The 11s. Obviously the 8s, 888, 777, or numbers that break down to 8, 17, you know, whatever, you know, 61 or 71, stuff like that, right? But the 11s. I'm just channeling this whole. All right, timeline number 2 for the masculine. This is a feminine who's been more in alignment, but she's receiving the energy. He has, see this right here, it's like a scarf thing or whatever, but I look at it as a cord. It's like a cord. It's an attachment. He's coming for, it's like he's clipping one last huge cord. I don't know what it is. Probably a relationship, a job, I don't know. I think for a lot of them, it's either a karmic partnership, a third party thing, or it's a massive, massive, massive block in their ego and their way of thinking that is like being, it's some kind of like mental cord, way of thinking, ancestral, generational curse, all that stuff. It's that or the other, I think, for most. You know, I don't really feel like, you know, oh, he's a workaholic and so he can't, you know. I mean, for some of you guys maybe, but that would also fall under the way they think, you know. But that's it. It's like, I think for one or the other, but it's like this one cord. So let's go ahead and ask if that's being cut out. I think it is. I see it. Snip. Sexual union, interesting. Okay, hold on. 2 just came out. Look at this. Okay, hold on. There it is. Physical. Body to body, physical touch. It's full blown. It's 3D union. It's 3D union. On this timeline, there's 3D union in the month of August, but I'm saying until like around the 14th. Sexual union. Honor the place in one another where you are one eternal soul. For there is where you will find bliss. So it's high risk gamma union. So it means like on the higher, in the 5D, and also just I'm gonna say this too, for those of you guys, like there's been a lot of like physical, there's been a lot of interaction like this between the counterparts in the astral, in the dreams, in the 5D, a lot. And for many of you guys, the masculine, this is all, I mean, like this is like full on like fantasy. What I desire, what I want, what I want to manifest, what I'm calling in. It's like that. But it's literally saying like honor the place within each other where you are one. Do you still feel like, you know, like it's that separation thing, the polarities and all that, you know? Like, where is he? Where is she? I want them. Come in. You know, I'm praying they come. That's all of that is separation energy. All of that is separation and dualistic energy. Because all you're doing is you're emphasizing the fact that it's not there. Where is it? It's missing, right? So that's what I mean. Like, again, I say this again because I've been saying this so much in all my readings. This timeline right here is for those of you guys who have done a shit ton of shadow work, and I mean a lot. I mean, you know who you are. You know where you're going. You are pretty much really balanced within. Like, you tap into your gifts, but you take action on them as well. You're not just up here thinking about it. You actually do it, right? Or, you know, whatever it is, but you know what I mean? There's a balance, a flow between your inner yin and yang, your feminine and masculine. It's not dominant one and less, you know what I mean? And same thing with this person. I love this. This is exactly what I saw with this other timeline. And timeline number 1, listen, timeline number 2, you guys, what I channeled with timeline number 1, that's what you guys have moved through. But over the past like 2 months or so, especially in June and July, you are coming into a major inner harmony. Inner union. And so is this person. Okay, but you had 2 cards that came out, and the other one, look at this. Each one is speaking about like going within and seeing yourself as one, and then that's when it'll happen. Like, your true divine counterpart is not a separate energy from you. You know what I mean? It's bringing in that oneness of it all. Look deep within your heart and you will. So this is the other person. This is that other person. And I think for a lot of feminines, they send this telepathically to this masculine as well. Like, look in your heart. Look in your heart, man. You will feel it, man. No, it's like just, you're not going to see it. You're going to feel it. So look deep within your heart where you feel, and that's where you will feel my love. My love for you is as deep as the ocean. There it is. That's also like what someone's about to say or what someone is longing and that's what they want to say. My love for you is as deep as the ocean. Bottom of the deck, evolution of consciousness. You can't make this up. You can't make it up. The paradox. That's what's been happening here, okay? It's been like, okay, but anyways, let's go back to this. Union is master number 11. Like I said, 56, master number 11. And then you have 22, which is 1111. And what did I say? I said the 11s are going to be relevant for timeline number 2. Like this is about to, you're already in union with this person. You're already in union with this person. Okay, and I'm going to say right now, a lot of you guys, some of you guys, yes, you know who this could be, but many of you guys, you have no idea who this is. You haven't met this person yet, but on a higher level, you already have for sure. And it's manifesting into the 3D. Evolution of consciousness, evolution of your consciousness has brought both of you guys into this place. What does evolution of consciousness mean? Obviously it means a lot, and I know you guys know what it means. Evolution of consciousness means that you have evolved out of the limiting consciousness and constructs. You've ascended out of the limiting, like, you know, whatever it is, okay? And I also see a lot of embodiment of confidence here in this timeline. I mean, it is what it is. Both of you guys are like, I've learned a lot, and I know who I am, and I know where I'm going, and I'm feeling good in life. I may not be right there, like my 3D reality may not be it. Listen, your 3D reality for most of you guys right in this very moment, it's not quite reflecting this energy back to you because it's coming in. So yeah, and even for you guys too, like timeline number 1, I think that for some of you guys, you're gonna get practice people. You're gonna get practice people that come in. They show interest in you. They're very drawn to you. Why wouldn't they be? Hello. But they're not your person, and that's okay. They're not your person. It's the universe going, I just need to make sure, you know, that you're not going to just lower your, you know, you're not just going to dim your light for the first Joe Schmo that comes along and shows interest in you. And maybe maybe Joe Schmo marks, you know, boxes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, but 7, 8, 9, and 10. But they're not that bad. It's not like major red flags. You know, you start like talking yourself into why maybe you could possibly like give it a chance. I see it all the time with my girlfriends. Or I don't have a lot of girlfriends, but the few that a couple in particular. But anyways, always lowering themselves for a lower vibrational man. Someone who's not in the same timeline, wave, consciousness, and guess how it always ends up? Okay, that's what I mean. We are ascended way beyond that. It's like, I thank you and I'm so flattered and like, I just, you know, all the things, but like, I know I know I'm not your person and you're not my person. You know, it's very simple, very honest, very simple, to the point. You know? The glass slipper, mi amors, all the time when it comes to love because of loneliness or people are tired of doing this journey by themselves. It's so hard. It really is. It's not easy, especially right when you're like doing it full on by yourself, right? It's hard and you long for physical connection. You long for companionship and partnership, friendship. You long for people that you can vibe with, connect with. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, most people are not going to be that at this point in time, but that's all shifting and changing and evolving too. You know, someday it's going to be awesome. We're going to be able to go out into the real, you know, into the 3D world and, you know, like go into Costco and it's going to be a completely different vibe. You know, it's going to be, hold on. There's a truck out here, parked out here in front of me. Anyways, I always keep an eye. I can see everything. So I'm like, who are you? What are you doing here? Sometimes people just get lost and they need to like pull over. That happens all the time. Anywho, timeline number 2, there you go. And then, I don't know, did I pull a card? I feel like I pulled like a tarot card. I did, hold on. There it is, Justice. Timeline number 2. You have 2 cats coming together here. This is a divine union. This represents, this is Libra, Justice. It's the 7th house. It represents, it's the house of marriage, obviously legal stuff, divorce. It's justice, right? So you think of like justice like in the courts and, you know. Balance. Balance. See? Feminine, masculine, feminine, masculine. It's time of justice. And then look at that. It's justice for the Queen of Pentacles. She's like, to me, the Queen of Pentacles is always like the energy. She's like the most perfect partner. She's like, you know, she's loving. She's super tuned in. She's extremely grounded. She's stable financially on her own. She doesn't need anyone. She's done it on her own. Some of you guys could be single mamas or daddies out there. Because this is man or woman, right? It's an energy. It could be a single parent. It could be relevant. This could also be a spirit baby who's very close to you. A spirit baby who is wanting to incarnate. Or a spirit baby who, you know, you may have had like a miscarriage or something else, you know, like, okay, like they stay with us. They're around us, right? Anyways, it's justice for the Queen of Pentacles. You know, she's like a nature witch, super, you know, she'd have like her apothecary and be super into like holistic healing and herbs and tinctures and, fungi and, you know, she'd be very, you know, did you know that this is this? And, you know, but then she'd have her garden and, you know, she'd have a real beautiful home and you go in and you just feel so like her home is so, you know, like just inviting and warm and just, oh, like I could just be here all the time. It's cozy. And she would go out to her garden and pick fresh veggies and come in and cook you the best meal of your life. That's the Queen of Pentacles. And she just does it with so much love. She just wants to love and just nurture. That's who she is, right? I know as a lot of you guys, because that's who we are. We're connected to the elements, to the earth, to the nature, to the, you know what I mean, all the things. So there's a lot of Queen of Pentacles energies here and King of Pentacles. Anywho, you guys catch the drift. Okay, so timeline number 2, there we go. All right, so we're already 2 hours into the live. We started at what, 111 today, you guys. Oh my God, that's so crazy. Because I also just realized the 111, I was going to do it at noon, and then my higher self was like, push it back. I was ready. I was working. I was ready. I could have done it. I could have gone live at noon, but my higher self was like, no, schedule it at 111. So that's what I did. And then timeline number 2, these cards are just, you know what I mean? Anyhow, okay. Hey. Alrighty, so that is what I've got for everyone today, for the collective. And then we'll dive into these personals right now. I'm going to take a quick potty break real fast. I'm trying to see. So I'm going to use for the personals for you guys today, because this is my new favorite deck of all time right now. This Egyptian one. Lola, I saw your comment, my love, of that you got this deck like right after you saw I used it. Freaking amazing. I'm so happy you ordered it, sister. This deck is incredible. It really is. That's why I was like, it was only 35 bucks. I would have paid 100. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I just saw a card in there that wasn't supposed to be in there. Hold on. I think I accidentally did that. Did I accidentally just do that? I did. Hold on. I did. Where did I get that card from? I think I did. I don't know. Mercury retrograde. Here we go. This card was in there too. Okay, so... Inner desires, set some intentions. You are entering a phase of plenty or may have a sudden windfall. Goals are within your grasp. There's Lionsgate. There's the overall Lionsgate message for everyone today. Your inner desires, goals are within reach. Outcomes are within reach. more balance, ease, flow, and peace within reach, more energy within reach. I feel like this week we're gonna have some massive clearing. So I predict that this week we're gonna feel extra. You know what? Hold on, because as I'm tuning into this more, I feel maybe over like the next couple days, few days, you might feel really tired. But I actually see maybe the closer we get to the actual peak of Lionsgate, I'm talking like the 5th, the 6th, 7th, 8th, okay, going forward, I see actually a shift in people's energy. So, you know, you just wake up feeling different. That's literally how it feels. You just wake up feeling different. You know? You have the free will choice to wake up and like you will feel different, but like if you're someone where you're like really attached to your old, you know, just everything, the old everything, then more than likely your free will will be like, wow, I feel different, and your higher self will be telling you. But if you don't consciously get up and co-create and move into that, then you know what I mean? Okay. So like you wake up feeling more energized and like more like, oh my God, like motivated or something, then it's like then get up and do something with it. Don't just utilize that. Like lean into it, use it. Don't just let it, you know what I mean? Okay. All right, so let me read the list real fast, first of all. And then I think, okay, so I got Anna was the last person, and then I think someone else signed up too. Hello, Infinite Indigo. Welcome back, love. Yes, I will forever. Yeah, Mary is a huge part of me. I absolutely do. Absolutely. All right. Uh-oh. We have Captain Obvious in the chat. Thank you, Adrian Walraven. Captain Obvious, for your insightful, ingenious observation of free will. You must have an IQ of 462. Oh, wonderful. Oh, so you got the book. Okay, so you could buy the book separately then. I see. I didn't know that. So yeah, because with mine came just this little tiny like booklet, but in the video, if you watch the video, you know, she's actually flipping through like a thick booklet, like a booklet that's like that thick. So that's what I was wondering. I was like, that was weird. But anyways, interesting. Okay, number 1 on the list today is Merritt. Number 2 is Baldish. Number 3 is Johanna. 4 is Lola. 5 is Susan. 6 is Crystal. 7 is Krista. 8 is Brenda. 9 is Stephanie. 11 is Melinda. 11, Anna. Maria, sweetheart. No, my love. I did not see it, honey. Where did you send it to? Let me add you real quick. Thank you. That's why I always go over everything just in case. Because as I'm channeling, if people are signing up, I miss it sometimes. You know. Okay, Venmo. Okay. So you were the other Venmo payment. So it was Anna and then you. That's who I saw. I saw 2 come through. So hey, just because I don't get triggered by people's stuff doesn't mean I can't have some fun with it. It doesn't mean that I can't be a little sarcastic just to reflect how stupid people can be. With love. with love. But that is, I mean, you look at the overall energy of humanity. The overall energy of humanity is greed and selfishness and stupidity. It really is. And it's not like idiocracy. Like it's stupid because that is exactly what the false matrix has been programmed. That is the whole point. Is to, why do you think they've made all these devices and shit? To track us, to listen in on us, to take all of our information, and also to dumb people down. And that's a whole nother thing for a whole nother time with the chat GPT and all this AI and, you know, like it is. It's a thief and it steals from you. And it will take your intelligence right out of your brain and leave you dumb. And it'll make it smarter. Just an FYI. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous that is. Erica, but don't you have devices, you hypocrite? Yeah, I have an iPhone. I have an iPhone. And I hate it. I hate technology. I really do. Like this, like for these kinds of things, you know? Like my coffee maker is fine because my coffee maker is not spying on me. You know what I mean? Like, but that's the whole point, is to get people addicted to that, where they're like, and what are we seeing? Everyone's nervous systems are completely out of whack. Cortisol levels are hijacked all through the roof. You know, kids are zombies with their freaking those things on all day long, and this and this, and you know what I mean? Like it was actually an experiment that they started, like, I don't know, like 40, 50 years ago, that they were talking about. It just took a long time for them to get to the point of inventions, and you know, anywho, another talk for another time. Another talk for another time. But yeah, really, really, really bad stuff. Really bad stuff. The Alexas, you guys know I've hated those since day one. I would not ever, ever, ever. And that chat GPT. Use at your own risk. And I mean that for real. When I say risk, I mean that. I can't emphasize that word big enough. Anyways, my job is to speak truth and protect, right? So that's what I do. But everyone has free will, so, you know, what's really crazy is like watching people, like they're doing like, it's like spiritual people pages and you know, they're creating spiritual content using chat GPT. Chat GPT, can you tell me about Thoth? Tell me about Atlantis. Tell me about Melchizedek. Tell me about Jesus. It is not an organic, divine source intelligence. The only organic, divine intelligence is you and me. And that's why it is siphoning from everyone, and has been for a long time. So anyways, just FYI. I love you guys. Please, please don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. But if you're going to do it, that's up to you. Okay. So I have Maria. So Maria is number 12. So I do have some spaces after Maria. If anyone wants to get on the list, if you want to get a Lionsgate reading. When I say Lionsgate, yes, I'm talking about this next week, but I'm talking about for about the next 3 weeks. Because you have like the portal, and then you have like the energy, like how it carries out before and after. And then you have what I'm tuning into, which is like the integration, where you'll start to see what Lionsgate actually does, right? So, let's see here. So yeah, so I have 12 people on the list. So I have a few more spaces available. I pinned up at the top my comment. If you are interested in getting on the list today, all of the instructions, payment, etc. is in the description box for this live. So you click out of the live chat, go to the description box like on any other YouTube video, and you will see all of the info. And then you come back in and you just say, paid on PayPal, my name is, you know, Veronica, whatever it is, you know. Just confirm, let me know, and then I will add you. Very simple, very easy. All right. My crown chakra today, I'm like, is it that? No, I wear this hat all the time. My crown chakra today is like going crazy, you guys. Like itchy, itchy, itchy. You know what? That makes me, I want to check. Hold on. Let me check the Schumann real quick. There's something. Hold on. Let me just see. 1 second, guys. It shouldn't boot me out of here. Hold on. I should be able to check. Okay, so I just checked it. Yeah, we're getting like little spurts of white through. That's like new energy and activations, and like it's like the new us coming in and being turned on. Okay, so when you see the white on the graph on the Schumann resonance, it's like the new you, the upgrades, the improve. You know what I mean? It's like that. The ascended you. It's like it's coming in. It's coming in. But as long as you're still holding on to the old you and the old stuff and the blockages and the trauma and the emotions and the pain and the old stories and the you know, like complacency in your old habits and all the things, right? That it's going to be very uncomfortable. So that's what I'm feeling that, like, but the anxiety that I was talking about, I said, I'm feeling anxiousness today within my body. That's it. Because you'll see like the red all around the white. The red is like the lower vibrate. It's like the shit that's trying to come out. So it's like, you know, it feels, so if you're going to put like a tarot card on this energy, it feels very Five of Wands. Very kind of just push, chaotic, it's, you know, like, but within yourself. Anyway, so that makes sense. I'm like, okay, I'm feeling the anxiety. Because when this kind of energy starts happening on the Schumann, this is what happens is I feel the anxiousness. So, okay. All right, so let's get into it. I'm going to go pee, like 2-minute break, and then we will come back. 3:20 here in Cali, so we'll say it at 3:23 because 323 is a special number. I always see that. 323. I'm gonna look that up too. I'm like, since I'm just saying that. So in just like 2 minutes, we'll come back. Hold on, where's my angel number book? Hold on. Be right there. Here it is. Okay. Just real quick before I go pee, let's look this up. 323. Now, oh my God, holy crap. You know what it is? It's, look at that, natural intelligence. I just went on and on about how like the AI, ChatGPT and all that, it's not of natural, organic, divine intelligence. That's crazy. Anyways, let's see what this says. You have a gift of the mind. You are naturally intelligent, and your angels remind you of this so as to give you confidence and perspective as you move forward out of your present comfort zones. Repeat this mantra. I am confident and capable. 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 I'm a ninja, a warrior of ascension, love, light, and shadow. We're not just love and light. Shadow's beautiful. It's where we cultivate listen, you want to really connect to your gifts and all that more, get out of the light and into the shadow. Get out of the light and into the darkness. That's where you're going to find it. It's like buried treasure. You got to go and you got to excavate it. And then tune in with it. Anywho, darkness is where creation is born, right? So, you know, like timeline number 1 today, you know, like, again, like, don't let the ego discourage you and go, oh, wow, you know, timeline number 1 was a really negative reading. That's the ego getting triggered, calling it negative. It's actually a beautiful reading, timeline 1. And it's also a timeline that many of us just went through. So again, there's some of you guys that are still in that energy. You're moving through it. And some of you guys that just, you've come out of it. But either way, both timelines is in a really weird kind of transition phase, right? So anywho. Okay, and then today for everyone's readings, I'm going to pull, we're going to get, well, of course, this big, baddie, beautiful deck. So we're going to use this one, and then, like, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? You know what? We're going to, hold on. We're going to use, you know what? Let's just, I'm going to keep it very simple. So I'm going to channel with this one. And do I want to use the sea animals today? Yes, because these are really just very direct, straight, to the point messages. So we're gonna work with the oceanic, which is beautiful because, you know, hello, Lionsgate. Everyone, right? I mean, yeah, like the Lionsgate energy, it's the, right, the Sirius star and alignment, and there's all the stuff with ancient Egypt and the pyramids and, you know, the alignment there and all that, right? But like, if you think of Sirius and Sirius, the Sirius star, Sirius B is an entire water energy. So it's like where, like many of the oceanic creatures, the whales, especially the whales, the dolphins, the mers, like mermaids, mermen, right? Like all of that kind of stuff came from Sirius B. Anywho, so we're going to do that. We're going to do some ancient Egypt, some temple, tarot of the temples or tarot of the pyramids with the oceanic vibe. And then, oh, and then I'm going to get one of these cards, one of the love, like divine union cards, because whatever message comes out, it's going to let you know where you're at right now with divine union. Okay? So just, again, that's what I mean. Like it's, you know, it's like sometimes people get upset, you know, like they'll, because a lot of times, like sometimes people are in their ego about synchronicities and signs and what this means and all this stuff. They're not in their heart, they're in their ego. So they're taking it the way their ego wants to take it versus the truth of it and the reality of it. So there's been some times, not very often at all, but there's been some times where people will book a reading with me, right? And they're really excited to do this reading because in their mind, everything is like, you know, I already know, you know. But then when I read for them and I actually really tune in, it's very different compared to what their ego is, you know, projecting and calling in and manifesting versus the heart and the truth. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. And then we all have to do that. That's the point of all of this anyways, is to be in the heart and get out of the mind. Use the mind when we need to, of course, but be in the heart about stuff and be honest about stuff. You know? Anyways. I can keep going on and on about this. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, you're very welcome. Good, Johanna. I'm glad that it's so spot on. And Maria says, whoa, significant number. Yeah, I always say, pay attention to, like, every time I do a reading for you during the lives, always pay attention to your number on the list that week because it's going to be a powerful number for you. Always, right? Nothing is coincidence. We know that. Oh, beautiful. I love that. Yeah. Yes, I have my mermaid deck. Yeah, I actually have my mermaid deck right here. One of them. Yeah. It's funny, but yeah, I was called to pull this one out the other day and I haven't used this in a long time in a personal reading or on the channel. I think I was using it in some of the zodiacs I just recorded over the last few days, like Capricorn. I don't remember now, like Virgo, Capricorn, Pisces. Anyways, and after this, I'm going to be recording more zodiacs for everyone. Because one of my things with my co-creation in my timelines that I see is I'm pushing myself out of comfort zones. Like, typical Erica would be like, oh, I worked earlier with clients, and then I did a live. Of course, I'll always be like, well, if my energy is not right, I'm not going to do it, of course. But I would buy into the excuse of, well, I did like a live, and you know, like that's enough for the day. Even if I had the energy to do it, I'd be like, that's enough. I worked enough. But new Erica is saying like, no. She's being a better boss to herself. We'll say that. So Erica is being a better boss to Erica, and that's a good thing. She's kind of she's going, no, 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 no. It's not easy being your own boss. If you know, you know. But I do pretty good. I'm pretty proud of myself. So hi guys, welcome. Okay, so let me go pee real fast and then I should put some more water in this too. Okay. All right, guys, quick break. We will reconvene, not at 3:23 because obviously that's not a thing, but in 2 minutes. We'll just come back in 2 minutes. I'll probably be back before that, but okay. Okay, here we go. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Oh, whew. All right, let me go ahead and clear one more time using some smoke. All right, Merritt, my love, are you still here, sweetheart? She was here earlier, but she may have had to pop off. But she's number 1 on the list today, so I just want to see. Oh, you're here. Okay, yay. Oh, I'm so happy. It's funny because, you know, since Ozzy Osbourne passed, it hit a lot of people because his music has just been such a big part of so many people's lives for decades, you know. His music certain songs have gotten me through some really difficult times, you know, just so much. And especially for divine masculine, divine feminine, divine unions, I've actually channeled, in the past, I've channeled readings about his, like, where it came through from the masculine, the song like, Mama, Mama, I'm coming home. And I keep hearing that song ever since he passed away, and I feel that. But I keep hearing Ozzy Osbourne, No More Tears. No more tears. I keep hearing that. And I just feel it's so significant. Like, we're in this period of no more tears. Like, tears of joy maybe, but like no more tears. And if they are tears of hurt, pain, sorrow, whatever, then that's okay too. Let it go, let it flow. But it's like August is like no more tears. Like Lionsgate saying no more tears. Like, let's have some good times. Let's have some happiness. Let's have some balance here. Okay. All right, for beautiful Merit. 333. Oh yeah, yep, 333 here in Cali. Yes, Jade. Yes, you are on the list, sweetheart. Okay. So beautiful Merit. Here we go. I'm going to start with this right here. All right. So actually, let's start with the ocean because I just want to get like a general message for you, and then I'm going to use the pyramid, the tarot of pyramids. I'm going to use that for like, so general, material realm, and romance. Material realm, romance, spiritual. Lola says, yes, please. Okay. This deck, I swear, it has, for me, when I touch it, like, it came with so much power, but when I supercharged it up with and I've been using it, like, I don't know, it's like, you know, like when you touch something and it's like electric, you get like a shock, you know what I mean? Static shock or whatever, you know, like little electricity shock. That's like the energy of this. Like every time I go pick it up, I can feel the like pop, 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 pop. It's like sizzling, it's hot. No more tears. I love rock. I like classic rock. Old rock. I mean, I like, well, I don't even know. Like, I know, I like rock, like 2000s, you know, like 90s, like, you know, Nirvana, Metallica. Like, I love all those bands. System of a Down, Disturbed, Pantera. Like, I love that music. But I like the old stuff. Led Zeppelin, Ozzy, Black Sabbath. Never really been a big Beatles fan. I like a lot of their songs, but I'm not like a huge Beatle fan. I'm more like, I like the, you know, anyways. Here we go. Oh, you have 2, okay. So you have number 34 and number 18. I like the colors. Pay attention to all the colors, and when you see the colors, associate it to chakras. Or light frequencies or other colors that might resonate, but it's always for me, a lot of times it's the chakras, you know? So Merit, the gift of neutrality. Balance is at work in your life. So this is confirmation. This breaks down to number 7 too, so it could be seeing a lot of the 7s leading up to the Lionsgate. Balance is at work in your life. Yin and yang are opposites in energy, but reside side by side to create the gift of neutrality. So you are in a place of neutrality. Your timeline number 2. I don't know which one you resonated with or which one your higher self said today when I said I was going to do the 2 different timelines, but your timeline number 2. Okay, so there you go. The gift of neutrality. There's an inner harmony and inner balance. You've done a lot of work bringing these into balance. You're not clinging to outcomes. You're not clinging to people. You've surrendered, and you've made so much fucking space for this beautiful energy to come in. It's like, oh, good job, honey. Okay, so this is your vibe for Lionsgate. This is, we'll say August, but this is your Lionsgate message. Clearing the excess. What did I just say? I said you just did so much effing clearing. I swear to God, you know me. I did not. I saw the number of the card, but that's it. And the fact that it was like a stingray, manta ray, whatever they are, I don't know. I think that's a manta ray. The manta ray, right? The stingray, or is it the manta ray that has the long, skinny tail? I think it's the stingray that has the long, skinny tail. And I think the manta ray has this kind of tail. Clearing the excess. You are entering a transitional phase and would benefit from clearing away excess clutter, whether it's in your physical body or your physical space in life. Beautiful confirmation. Like, I feel like that's where I'm at, but like, you know, am I really there? Yes, you are. All right, so here we go. Now this is the material realm. This represents home, like it could, like your 3D reality, your 3D world and reality, money, finances, home, work, whatever. I'll channel it. I think mostly for most of you guys today, I mostly the energy is like home, your 4 walls, okay, home and money. Let's see. Creative thinking. I like this. Look at, there you are, Merit. There you are. Card number 48 breaks down to 12. Okay. So you could be getting a lot of those too. The 12s, 12, 12, or the 3s, the 3, 3, 3, etc. Okay. Clearing the excess. Number 18 breaks down to a 9. Creative thinking. Everything's coming back online and coming to life. Your creativity starting to flow again too in a really big and different way. Creative thinking, meaning your imagination, period. Like when you're creative, it's you imagining. You're being creative. You're imagining. You're using your imagination. Right? Same thing. They're very connected, the 2 words. Or the, you know what I mean? So in this, it's imaginative thinking, creative thinking. This could be like, I really feel like I want to like, you know, redecorate my room, or I feel like I want to paint my walls, or I feel like I want to do something different in my house, or I feel like I need to pop a color somewhere, or I feel like I want to change how I dress, or I'm feeling like my style is changing. I want to change my hair. Or it's also creativity within your life, your future too. Mostly just, it's the creative outlets. So Lionsgate, all this energy, and right now it's activating a lot of that. But that's going to mean that you're like the creative stuff that's coming up for you. It means that that's your inner feminine, the creation, the flow, the imaginative energy. You know, it's very like creating. That's that like thinking of the creation, right? That's like the feminine energy, and then taking action on the creation is your masculine. Again, it's that gift of neutrality where it's very balanced. But anyways, that's what I see. So like through this month, it's like whatever it is, there's a lot of creativity. So follow that, do it, embrace it. Thinking creatively too about your 3D world, money, your living situation, your home, your dream home, buying a home, whatever it is. It's like, get creative and really like have some fun with your imagination in pulling in and calling in these timelines. Because while this right here, the gift of neutrality, that means the pathway is super powerful and open for you right now. Get one more on that, please. The Hermit. go within, connect to the higher realms, the soul, etc. There's the Hermit. It's you coming out of Hermit mode though. It's time to step more into that creative, like I'm going to manifest a new, it's like, what does your new reality look like? Where are you at? What are you doing? Who are you? What do you look like? It's all that. All that is creative thinking. Also a lot of creative ideas, etc., coming through, connected to your spiritual, to who you are on a spiritual level. I feel like I've been saying this to you for a while, but it's definitely like your inner high priestess is like, let me out. Let's co-create. Let's build together. Let's do stuff, like whatever it is. It could be as simple as, you know, someone starting an Instagram page where all it is positive memes. That's creating something. So I don't know, but you know, it's just, it's that time. It's that time. As far as your love life, things are heating up here. There's something here very strongly in the physical. Passion. Passion and creativity go together too. It's a sacral chakra energy. A magnetic and seductive quality surrounds you at present. So the way that people are feeling you, viewing you, seeing you, and the way, especially someone in particular, okay, whether it's someone you've already known, I think, again, I think there's a strong connection in the ether that's been manifesting in for a while, but probably also a soulmate that you know of, right? But it's like you are just this magnetic, seductive, like passionate, like this. What did I say? This is you. So people are seeing you, feeling you like that. I'm not sure you're really seeing yourself like that though yet. And maybe that's another message of like this is how everyone else sees you. It's time to start really embracing, like, you know, all these beautiful qualities of you. But also just like, there's something about like creating. I mean, it could literally be buying an adult coloring book and coloring a coloring book. That's being creative. What color am I going to use? And what picture do I want to color? And how do I connect to this? And right. There's something about that. And the creative energy also connects with the inner child. So there's something about that too. Doing all this right now, it's going to be really impactful and powerful for you as you move through the Lionsgate. So this is your guidance for Lionsgate and info for Lionsgate. Definitely tuning in with your spiritual power, honey. For sure. And also coming out of the Hermit energy. More and more and more. But this is like, you know. Okay. All right. So that was for my beautiful Merit. Where's my pen? Oh, there it is. All right. And then Baldish. Beautiful. Awesome confirmation for you, sweetheart. Yeah. You feel it. Yeah. It'll be, yeah, and it's just, it's an integration, you know what I mean? So it's not like, so it'll just start coming up more. So how, like how you just said, I'm just not sure quite exactly what that is yet. That's, you know what I mean? Those are the creative things that'll start like activating more and more and more, like where it will become more clear. But also I see that there's been some there's been some stuff that like, you kind of toss it around in your head, like, because like the way that it's coming through is like she has an idea already, but she just, you know, so whatever you're like kind of feeling called to, like, even if it's like, you know, I mean, an example would be like, you know, I want to like learn more about crystals and crystal healing or crystal divination or crystal grids, or, you know what, I think just right now I'm going to work with my gifts and my intuition, and I'm just going to like play with the tarot and pull cards and read for myself, or do this, or pull readings on the collective energy or society or the, you know, political climate. There's just something about like utilizing the gifts more as well. Okay. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. All right, well, the heat is on. The heat is on. So you'll just get more clarity. You'll get more clarity. But anyways, I love that. It's really neat to start seeing so many people like just embodying that, who we are in those regards. You're welcome, Lovey. You're so welcome. I think the way that I see it, Merritt, is that this event is gonna be like I see you and another person talking and like meeting face to face. That's what I keep seeing. Two physical bodies like talking face to face. I think a lot of people are going to be meeting a lot of powerful soulmates too. All right. Okay, so Baldish. I get so thirsty when I'm channeling, sorry. While I'm shuffling for a Baldish, please, Merritt, tell me, do you feel really connected to sound healing, like sound bowls? Like, do you really feel like connected to that kind of stuff? I'm actually seeing you in like you have like your own, like, it's like a business, right? So it's like a room, like a massage room or something. But I'm seeing like, it's like so beautiful. You have this like beautiful space. It's so peaceful. It's like I'm seeing like water. I can hear water, like a water fountain in there. Yes, I love sound baths. I'm open to that timeline and claim it. Beautiful. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing. So, you know, I think that's part of like one of your first big transitions is moving more into like a sound priestess, like a priestess of sound. Yes, are you psychic? Oh, yeah, okay, all those things. But I'm seeing like a lot of sound. So it's like they wanted to give me more info for you on that. So I'm seeing you in like this beautiful room, like a space. And like there's like a massage table, but you're not doing like massage therapy there. It's a place for someone to lay as you do like energetic stuff. But more than anything, I am getting so much sound. So the fountain and the water trickling, that's a form of sound and healing. Like, I can hear like soft music playing in the background, but it's like you're waiting for this person to come in. When this person comes in, they lie on the table. It's like a darker, and you know, the room is darker. It's, you know, candles, like a massage. You're going to a massage or something, right? Like a spa room. But it's like a sound bath. That's exactly what it is. It's like I see sound bowls everywhere, and you have shelves, and you have rattles and like tambourines and like, you know, like this kind of stuff, like the tuning forks. And okay, that's what I see is like really like it's like a full-on and that's powerful because sound it opens, I mean, it is crazy, like how healing it is and the vibrations of it and the frequencies, right? And then how it is just crazy. Opening portals and going into other dimensions. It is crazy. So, you know, I wish it was one of my like big gifts or callings, you know, who knows in the future, but for right now it's not. Sound priestess resonates in many ways, gone to many sound baths, and also people have always told me that they like to listen to me talk and sing. Exactly. but you're shy. Yeah. You know, and that's kind of how it is with our biggest gifts and our soul's true purpose, or purposes, because we don't just serve one purpose, right? We have many gifts. That's a big one for you. So just a little FYI, like going forward, like tuning in more with the sound bowls, doing, you know, those kinds of immersions, you know, going in with a girlfriend, you know, like having her lay down, and you just, you know, so you can practice. Because when I was learning the tarot, that's what I did. Like I would be like, can I practice on you? You know, and I think that's kind of what we all do, you know. So I would practice like giving my mom readings, or like, you know, like one of my friends, or, you know, stuff like that. You know, because like I don't know everything about everyone's lives. So, you know, it was really good practice, but going in and doing that with people. So anyway, so I'm moving on now to Baldish, but I just had to share that. Because big, definitely big. Wonderful. I love that. Thank you for sharing, Project of 11. But it's like the stuff that we're really shy about a lot of times. You know, like me, I don't like being, I am not like, I'm fine with public speaking. I actually quite enjoy it. I'm not one of those people that I'm afraid of public speaking, but I was really fearful of being on camera. I was fearful of being on camera and like being, you know, and just, you know, it was an insecurity, basically. Just real, like, no, even when I first started my very first YouTube videos here on this channel, I wasn't on video. I was only my hands. And that's how I was gonna do it. Like the whole video, like that was my plan. Gypsy Cowgirl was gonna be hands only. But like a week or two in, or maybe not even that long, it was like, no, like you gotta show up more presently, fully. Because it's not just my energy, but it's literally when you can like tune in with my movements, my eyes, my hands, it's all very activating for people, and like it brings healing and stuff like that. And same thing with my voice. People love my voice. You have, yes, it is a gift. Your throat chakra is a gift. So, all right. Okay. So my beautiful Baldish. Okay, so I love you, Merit. I love you. And yeah, sound priestess. So, you know, just, there's so much you can do with that. There's so much you can do with it. And then, yeah, using your voice, songs, and then using like healing of the earth too. So going outside with the sound bowls and the rattles or the shakers or whatever, and singing songs to the birds, to nature, to the elements, to Pachamama, to the earth, to your angels, like prayers, like singing, you know, or just like using sound bowls as you like speak these into existence. All of that's very powerful, and that is what being a priestess of sound means. And oh man, I'm getting more. Sorry, hold on, Baldish. I'm so sorry, love. She's probably asleep. It's like the middle of the night there, I think, right now. But the more that you start using your throat, okay, so your throat is a portal of healing for you. For all of us it is, but for you, it's big time, big time, big time. You start utilizing that throat chakra in divine alignment with your soul and all that, it's going to bring physical healing and other things in so many levels. So it's just, your throat is your medicine. It is a gift. It is a okay, so all that. Okay. All right, sorry guys. That was abnormal, like going that long for these. That was abnormal. It was just because that big thing came in right at the end. I was like, obviously I have to share. Okay, so for my beautiful Baldish, let's go ahead and see what the message is here overall for just spiritual guidance from our ocean friends. For Baldish, please. Thank you. Ooh, I forget what these are called. I forget what they're called. They're so neat though. 23, number 23 breaks down to a 5. It says distinctive potential. Distinct potential. It's very distinct, very precise. Rely on your faith and the knowledge that nothing is impossible. Use your determination to hang in there until you realize your goal. Use your determination to just hang in there until you realize your goal. I know it's like a transitional phase, you know, obviously, and I know you know all this stuff, but there is like, I think that's where you've been, to be honest with you. I feel like that's what you've been doing. But also, it's also like a message of like, hey, it's okay if you don't know exactly like what you're here to do yet. It's fine. Like, it's okay. And this is like to everyone too. Like, it's just, it comes very organically and naturally. It's never forced, you know. It's not something you go out like in search of, like you're on this like quest, like I need to know right now. It will just come through. You know what I mean? And that's what I see. So the way that I see it is, at this time, you are seeing goals and future visions and things that you want for yourself more clearly than you have for a while. And there's more freedom in your life, more space in your life to kind of like focus and pursue. But they're also saying like, hey, like if you're not quite there just yet to like take action, that's cool too. But you already know, and that's the biggest thing. Inner strength. Inner strength to rely on your faith. It takes a lot of strength to rely on faith, when, you know, because most people, it's seeing is believing. It's a lot different when believing is seeing. And that's where you've been. You've really been in that like believing is seeing type thing. And this is where that pays off. All that inner strength, all the things. This is, okay. Your inner child is so fierce. Wow. You're such a brave little girl. She's saying, remember me. Remember me. Remember me. I was so brave and courageous and adventurous. Probably a little dangerous. That's what I see, but very brave. All right, hold on. This is about, so this is like spiritual guidance. This is like your material realm. There's things in the material realm. Okay, I see. There's a surge of power. It's solar plexus with the sun. There's a surge of power that's unlocked or unlocking within you with Lionsgate. Lionsgate, boom. It activates something massive in your solar plexus. I think you're already kind of feeling this, but it's definitely over like the course of the next like 9-10 days. It's going to be really strong. And I see you taking some kind of leap of faith towards something. It's like something that you, it's a leap of faith. It's a leap of faith. Okay. So that's in your 3D material realm. Also, it's like when your inner strength pays off, like the inner strength, the faith, the energy. So Lionsgate infuses you with strength. It activates a lot of stuff in the solar plexus and more. It's also, for me, like it's when your faith, it's when your faith pays off. It's believing and seeing, and now you're going to see it in the 3D. Okay. And then liberation. It's a very Lionsgate is liberating you from a lot. Just, you think of it, it's, you know, and the things that are aligning into your life right now, that's what it makes you feel. It makes you feel more liberated. It makes you feel more free. I've got more free time. I've got more, you know, things to, you know, I've got whatever, you know what I mean? Freedom of financial freedom or time freedom or whatever it is, but it's a very liberating feeling, very free. I feel like a lot of like ethereal shackles are removed, meaning like core and stuff there's a lot. Okay. Liberation in the 3D realm. Okay, and then this is your love message. Okay, so this has to do with like divine union, like whatever you need to know right now about that, okay? And the card says, look inside yourself. Look inside yourself. Examine what is causing you to feel this way. I think there's some inner child stuff that is directly associated to blockages and resistance in the subconscious field. Yep. It's something with the inner child. Okay, so that's why your inner child is like remember me, like let's play, like because it's gonna help you in a lot of ways, but it's also like there's some stuff subconsciously connected to the inner child. So adolescence, I mean literally from 0 to 18 years old, adolescence, some stuff or whatever, where it's like you got to look inside, because why are you feeling this way? Like I see you in your brain is very open, very like, yeah, I'm ready, and like I've surrendered and like all these things, but the inner child, there's some stuff here. The Wheel of Fortune. It has something to do with it's a karmic attachment. It's something like that. See, and then Four of Pentacles. It has something to do with the material world, but it's a holding back energy. It's a fear. This is the Miser card. This is a fearful energy. So it's like things are moving forward for you in really beautiful ways. There's so much beautiful alignment, but there's something specific here connected with love, divine union. Just, I think it's like love within self. Look inside yourself, breathe, meditate, go into that space of no thing, and see and connect with your inner child and adolescent you, whatever age comes up. That's the age that it probably happened, or what we're talking about. If you first see yourself at 10 years old, it probably happened when you were 10 years old, right? So what was it though? What is this feeling or emotion that's coming up? And then go deeper with it. Yeah, and then the Six of Wands, which is a yes card. So, okay. So Lionsgate for you, a lot of inner child stuff coming up, inner child healing, but also tapping into the inner child energy and just having fun and being playful. Really embracing your divine potential, all your things that you're here to do. You know, really think about your goals and what you want, you know. But if you don't know exactly, like, it's like, I know this is where I want to end up. I just don't know exactly how I'm going to get there. That's fine. That's what we mean. Okay. And also, I think there's a divine masculine energy. There is a beautiful masculine energy. This would be someone who is a destined soulmate, but they're looking inside themselves right now. They've been looking in themselves. Like, why do I feel this way? What is it that makes me do these things? Like, it's a deep reflection energy. Okay, so I know that will resonate too. I mean, I don't know what your situation is, but I know it'll resonate. So anyways, okay, that's what I've got for you, my love. I love you. All right, my beautiful Johanna. Okay, so let's go ahead and put these back. I wasn't even supposed to be using the tarot cards. Erica, bad. See, I do that. That's why I put like all my decks, I push them like all back and like away from me, because otherwise I'll just be like channeling and talking, and then I'll just start grabbing decks. Uno momento, Johanna. My ADHD brain. It's just, I pulled out a bunch of, I'm really like, I don't know, my higher self is just like guiding me to like go back and tap back into a lot of my older decks that I haven't touched in a long time, you know, so, which I love that. I just do what I'm called to do when I'm called to do it, when I feel like it, when I feel it. Okay. All right, so my beautiful Johanna, 33 and the number 3 has been strong through this live reading. It has, hasn't it? A lot of people pointing it out, or things coming up, or... Aw, you're welcome, Merritt. You're welcome, sweetheart. Merritt, well, first of all, my beautiful sister who her and her beloved John, Stellar, Isis Magdalene priestess, who I'm doing the France retreat. Stellar, that is Stellar's number one. That is what she is. That is her gift in this lifetime, is, or her biggest gift, we'll say, is she is a priestess of sound. And her voice holds the 432 Divine Mother, the heart frequency of 432. A lot of priestesses of sound, or men like high priests, or just, you know, these beautiful spiritual kings and queens, you know, if that's a part of your gifts, it's okay. So it's really strong. Like, her thing is not like, is she intuitive and all those things? Yeah, but that's why she works with like someone like me, where I'm the seer, I'm the oracle, I'm the prophetess. She's like, that's not my strongest thing. So I go and I outsource to other sisters who can assist and help me, right? It's really beautiful. And I don't know why, but I think this is a message for actually quite a few people here today, where you're like, you're like, oh, my spiritual gifts, that, and what am I here to do? And because of what you keep seeing, or like what you tune into, a lot of people like will go immediately there. Like, oh, I have to be a psychic, I have to be a tarot reader, or I have to do Reiki, like light work there's so many like jobs when it comes to our light work, right? But sound is a huge one. It's a huge one. Huge. I mean, like shamanic journeying, like the drums, that is not just because it sounds cool. Okay, the shamans and the like, no matter what it is, no matter what kind of drumming or culture or whatever it is a journey. The shamanic drumming journey, the sound, it's all about the sound. And the sound, you don't need ayahuasca or plant medicine or whatever. You do not need that. You do not, I mean, plant medicine, it's all beautiful, of course, but it's sound. The sound will take you deep into a journey, a trance state. I mean, isn't that like what trance music is, or how it started or began? Because the sound, it brought you into that trance, like just, Anyways, we know how powerful sound and music isn't all that, but just going back, it's just, I don't know. But I was going to say maybe like tuning in with priestesses of sound, like checking out Stellar's work or her page, tuning in with that kind of stuff. And then another beautiful, like one of my favorite priestesses of sound is Elsa Field. And she's in the UK. She actually lives in, Glastonbury, which is, Avalon, modern day Avalon. But anyways, Elsa Field, she's phenomenal. And she works very closely with Hathor and Isis and Hathor a lot. But yeah, it's so powerful. But anyways, hello, welcome, Michelle. All right, Johanna. Yeah, but the sound thing has come up for a lot of people recently. Like, I wish that was one of my like bigger gifts. I wish I was like a singer. I wish I had like that really strong, like, and on a higher level, like we all kind of do, like really like our throat chakra, like it's almost like we are supposed to have beautiful voices. Just like everything else, a lot of it got flubbed up from, trauma, this or that. But is everyone meant to have like a beautiful voice and be a sound healer? No. All right, here we go. Johanna. Convey your meaning. You got the eel. Card number 41 breaks down to 5. Reflect on the way you communicate with others and with yourself. Okay. Convey your meaning. Be sure to express your thoughts and feelings from your heart with respect and sincerity. Reflect on the way that you communicate with others and with yourself. I think that's a big one. Especially with the Lionsgate portal, right? Because this is like you want to talk about like powerful manifestation. This is the most powerful, like, I'm going to say the most powerful like 2 weeks of the year, of 2020, of this year. So it's like what we think about right now, it's like an instant manifestation almost. So what you think about right now, for a lot of it, you can bring about. If it has to do with another person, it's going to be different because it's different than an inanimate object or money or something like that. You know, when it has to do with another person's free will, that's always different. But it's just like, Johanna, like convey your meaning, and also speak very clearly and precisely to the universe about what it is that you want. That could also be another thing too. But really, it's like, just reflect on how you speak to yourself or how you think about yourself. Like, I don't remember what it was, but like there was some stuff recently and I like caught myself thinking to myself about something. Immediately my first reaction was, oh, I could never do that. Like I can't, like something like, not like I could never do that, like I wouldn't do it, but like, oh, like that's something that I wish I could do, but I could never do it, you know. But then I like saw myself and I'm like, wait, why am I putting that limitation on myself when in actuality, honestly, it is something I could do. But my first reaction and program reaction was, oh, I can't do that. Do you know what I mean? So plug that in, sweetheart, however it is for you. And I think that you've been working on that a lot. I really do. So I think that represents a lot of the changes occurring for you this month too. It's because of how you've started conveying your meaning in a more aligned and heartfelt way versus from the ego and reactive and, you know, like bleh, from a place of rage or anger, and like it gets triggered and you just bleh on someone. You actually really, you know what I mean? Like you do come from a place of heart, loving, respect, and sincerity, but none of us are perfect. I think more so than anything, it's about you, like how you like convey to yourself, like how you, I don't know. The fall. Look at the big, beautiful, like I don't even know what that is. Some kind of falcon, hawk, whatever. Gorgeous. The full moon here for you too. So like we have this full moon coming up, right? This is such a powerful time. It's so wild. This is like a big spirit animal, spirit guide for you right now too. Okay, so I think the hawk. I'm gonna say the hawk. I'm gonna say the hawk spirit. Okay, maybe you're more relevant or resonant with the falcon or the eagle, but I'm receiving the hawk spirit, and that's what I'm gonna roll with here. So if you see the hawk, it's gonna be a big confirmation for you for this Lionsgate. The fall, for me, the fall is not like you're falling down. It's like the fall, well, it could be like the fall equinox, but it's the fall like the Fool card. Like he's like, look at him, he's like, yeah, like getting back up after the fall. And this is card number 76. This also like feels like a judgment. Like it feels like judgment card too. It feels like the judgment card to me. Like the energy of it kind of. This is a huge awakening right now. Sorry, hold on, I'm just tuning in. I'm just channeling these messages for you. Okay. There's actually a lot of past life blocks, traumas from lifetimes in Egypt, connecting with Egypt, etc. So I actually see that stuff coming up and being felt right now. And this Lionsgate is going to help like clear it out. But you might also have dreams or visions, or you could be getting messages about this too. A lot of like past life healing or regression. But specifically, I am getting like Egypt. And then also the fall of Egypt and the fall of Atlantis. You were there for both, and both like took a toll on you. And you're still carrying those wounds and weights around with you to this day. Many of us, that's what we do. That's why we're here, to transmute and clear and heal. Okay. But you've also been working through this stuff, all right? So it's just, really all it is like, universe, I'm going to convey my meaning to you with this Lionsgate portal. I lovingly, unconditionally, with unconditional love, I lovingly surrender and release all of the pain, the trauma, the heaviness that I'm still carrying within my subconscious, within any of my chakras or my body from the fall of Egypt, from these years of darkness, from the fall of Atlantis. I release myself with unconditional love from it now. And I forgive these timelines. I forgive myself. I forgive anything that was done to me, even though I can't remember it all, or I don't know what I'm necessarily forgiving. I do know, and I'm forgiving it now. And so it is. It is done. Thank you. But I just keep getting like the full card energy too, where it's like clean slate, fresh start. But it's also like resurrection, like just feeling more alive, like than you have felt in a long time. Sexual union. Here's your divine union energy for the month of August. This is what the Lionsgate is helping you with. This is what the Lionsgate is doing for you. This is what you know what I mean? It's lining it for you. So some kind of physical interaction, physical union. Honor the place in one another where you are one eternal soul. So again, honoring the fact that with your true beloved, whoever that is, in the world or whatever, that you guys are never really truly apart, that you guys are together in the ether, or you feel it, and you know what I mean? And then going within that space and finding like the joy and the bliss and the love and the excitement and the warmth and the happiness and the compassion and the gratitude and the fun and all these things. And let yourself feel that and be one with that, because when you're doing that, you're one with your beloved, and then all you're doing is creating a freaking beautiful equation of union, because you're not feeling from a place of emptiness and lack and separation. Okay, so that's also guidance to like embody like this energy, like feel into this energy, and then watch it appear. Woo! Okay, hello. Okay, I saw a comment from you, I think. Yeah, absolutely, Johanna. Yeah, you are. You're standing it. You are right there. You are right there. You are at the precipice, the threshold. I think for most of us, that's what it is. It's we've been in this weird, like, stretchy void, like nothing really, we're moving and we can feel the shift, but nothing's really been like moving in the 3D or etc. So Lionsgate for me is a big push. It's like a big like boom. And it pushes all of us over that cliff right into the new timeline, that we've been preparing for, and then everything just kind of starts falling in on top of us, I see it for a lot of people where it's like nothing, and then bam, like all kinds of stuff showing up at once, and it almost feels overwhelming. So, abso-freaking-lutely. All right. Big transformation for sure. And sexual divine union. So preparing your body, preparing your vessel for that. Do you, and living and acting as if, like, do you, are you, like a single woman living, or like a single man living by himself? Like, are you a single woman living by yourself? Like, do you shower daily? Do you shave your legs? Are you not worried about stuff like that? Because, I don't have a man. There's no one around. Like, why do I care? Act and live as if. Act and live as if. Act and live as if you know, like me, like right now, like if I knew that my man, my beloved, my kingdom spouse, he's on his way home from work, it's 4:30, okay, I have about another hour with my beloveds here on the YouTube live before I'm gonna, go into, cleanse my energy and then start dinner for us, but like just embodying it. Yeah, absolutely. And the signs are going to tell you too. Absolutely. Like it's coming, it's happening. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's kind of why this is like all about like really making sure that you're coming from the heart right now and staying in the heart when it comes to your words and your thoughts. Staying away from the fear and staying closer to the love and the faith and the trust. And, that's what they're, and like this week especially, I guarantee you guys, mark my words, in the next week, there will probably be something on the news, something that goes viral, something that happens, creating collective fear, because the dark agenda that does all that wants to feed off the fear. They want an influx of fear right before Lionsgate, so that the darkness, because they do all the same shit we do, they just do it in a dark, manipulative way. So they will use the portals for their own stuff. You better believe that the darkness uses Lionsgate for their own agenda. So that, trust me, like we just had the, you know, the earthquake, right? The tsunami warning, the tsunami, Hawaii, Northern California, the Oregon coastline, etc., right? Big tsunami is gonna hit, tsunami warning, rah! Everyone was crazy. Like, this is so freaky. I'm on vacation in freaking Oahu, and everyone was freaked out. And then what happened? Nothing, basically. They want to create the fear so they can feed off the fear and manipulate it. So anyways, so right now we are in that space of, right, closer to Lionsgate. We want to stay in our heart and we want to stay in love. Don't, I wouldn't even, just if you can, just ignore like anything like that. Like, don't watch anything on the news. Stay off the TV. Like, just be in your heart space and connect. Like, just do the healthy stuff for this week and through the Lionsgate portal. Beautiful. I love it, Johanna. Yeah. And just the more that you open up with, your gifts will come online more and more and more, you know, for sure. So I'm glad that connected. But yeah, definitely a big shift. Definitely something moving for you. Yeah, like, yeah, we know the weather modification and what they've been doing. So yeah, they create shit to create fear, to scare everybody, and you know. But us light workers and the people like me, like I'm very well aware of the agenda of the game. I can see behind the scenes like nothing. And so it's like, I think I'm like, are you like, they just won't stop. Like, you guys really don't get it. You lost. You're done. Let go. But they never will. They will fight tooth and nail to the death until every single last Luciferian, dark, reptilian, any kind of anything is eradicated and wiped from the earth. All right. So that was from my beautiful Johanna. Okay, wonderful. Now my beautiful Lola. La, 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 la. I don't think I've seen that for a long time. And then Susan, number 5. And then Crystal, number 6. Or Jade, or whatever name it is. I don't know. It was under Crystal, but Crystal, Jade, whatever. You know who you are. Number 6. And then Krista D, number 7. Okay. And then I'll read the rest after. So Lola. All right. So Lola, for the spiritual energy for Lola, what spiritual messages do we have for Lola, please? I'm sorry. We're not doing that with this one. Oh, you know what? Maybe I do for you. Hold on, Lola. Hold on. Maybe your spiritual guidance messages from this deck. For Lola, please. Lionsgate affects everything, but I just keep seeing for a lot of people, it's going to be the solar plexus. It's going to be the soul. I think the 3 lower chakras are going to be like just completely just boom. Like, so I just think there's going to be a lot. Like, they just come, like, you just start really connecting and feeling and embodying it more. And stuff being cleared too, but especially the solar plexus. For Lola, please. The sun. Are you fucking kidding me? I knew it. I knew it. Lola, what did I just say? And you know, that was for everyone, but I was shuffling for you. And when I get those kinds of messages, like when I like connect with someone's energy, and then I go, oh, by the way, I'm getting it from you, for you too, though, right? So I just said, Lionsgate is the solar plexus. It's doing something huge. Then you get the sun card. Sun card is the biggest, yes, which we know, but it's also it's the solar energy, it's solar plexus. I don't know what it is, but like in the next few weeks, there's like, I'm seeing like 1 to 3 different things connected to this. So something that gives you some kind of clarity, or you have a big clarity moment. Oh my gosh, boom, download. Like it goes off, it comes through. It's so clear. It's so, you know, there's a few different things that are going to happen attached to this energy. Revelation, clarity, your power. Victory, but happiness. It's happiness. There's Lionsgate, and this timeline it's bringing in some wins for you. It's bringing in some happiness, at least a few of them. Something where you're like, yes, fuck yeah, yes. It's like that. Yes, like Ra here, like the sun god Ra. There it is. But it's the solar plexus. It's this power center right here that is getting lit up. Card number 19, that's the sun card in the major arcana, breaks down to 10, which breaks down to 1. So your spiritual guidance message overall is the sun. It's the sun card. And if you have the, I don't know, maybe I was confused what you said about the book thing earlier, but maybe like, did they send you a book like instead of the cards? Either way, if you have the booklet, I mean, it's a sun card message, but if they have a detailed thing in the booklet or something about the sun card for this deck, definitely read it. There's something that Lionsgate, it's like it gives you some kind of like confidence boost, a power boost, where I was afraid before, but now it's like you easily conquer that fear. You easily step up to the plate. It's just easier. Gentle moderation, card number 42. The walrus. I love this card. I love walruses and seals. I just think they're so cute. I love all the lavender and like the deeper indigo. That's very crown and third eye. Crown and third eye chakra. This is like crown chakra energy. The lighter white, lavender, soft, and then the deeper, you know, indigo, purpley, blue, right? So solar plexus, and then the higher 2 chakras. Co-creating together. That's what I just got. They're actually doing work together big time, okay? So it's like I have the confidence and willpower and like, yeah. And then it's like the higher chakras, which is like, you know, like the future vision. And now I have the courage and power and bravery to do this and get it done. And I'm going to actually create this, and I'm going to, you know, whatever it is. Gentle moderation. 42 breaks down to 6. Take your time. Pressure from other people or yourself can be released by renegotiating what you are trying to accomplish. Your solar plexus is going nuts. I'm not surprised to hear that. Yeah. And I know it's collective. I know specifically Lionsgate is lighting up solar plexus for people. It's giving people the cojones. to do what they've been needing to do, or start what they've been needing to start. It's gonna be like bam. Like, I don't even know who I am right now, because I am like, who are you? Yesterday you were scared shitless, and today you're like, bring it. It's like that. All right. Take your time. Don't let other people pressure you. You're not doing that. I also think gentle moderation. I think it's like you've been doing this. You've been gently like taking your time and healing and doing all the things, but you can feel it. You know that there is a big shift right here where it's like, okay, like now, boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's see what romantic energy says. Divine union energy for Lionsgate. What is it doing? This card, wow. Wow. I don't need to say nothing with this card. I like this. I don't need to say nothing. Twin flame. Your passion ignites. This is also divine masculine energy with the sun. This is an awoken masculine. Okay. I know the card says twin flame, but listen. It is we'll just say it's a masculine, it's an enlightened masculine. It's an enlightened divine masculine, and it is passion ignites, and it is that, like, I think, like I've been predicting for months and months, I've been saying this, that like this, we're going to see the counterparts coming together with this year's Lionsgate. It's just going to be what it is, because now as we move into 2026, 2027, 28, whatever, you know, the next couple of years or whatever, few years, it's going to be so crazy. It's going to be so, like, we're just going to see everything shifting on Earth in such a huge way. So, the old timelines collapsing, the false matrix timelines and so much like that stuff is just falling away. It's just crumbling. And so masculine and feminine need to be together to guide humanity into these new timelines, etc. Right? So that's what I get. So, I just bit my lip. I think I'm doing Lionsgate, but this honestly feels more aligned to like beginning of September for you. So I don't see it happening necessarily in August, but that can always change. I'm not the end all be all seer of the world that knows every timeline. But that's just the way I see it, but those timelines can always shift. All right, that's what I've got. That's what I've got. Union. Also, white doves and roses. Pay attention to the white doves and the roses. There you go. But I mean, could this be a like your twin flame, or someone who's like their passion is igniting and they've woken up and they're like, yeah, absolutely. But it does feel like it feels like a whoa, hello, where have you been all my life? It feels like that. Like, wasn't expecting this, but hello. It's like that. Okay, yeah, so you have the complete book. Okay, well, that's cool. Wow, that's awesome. I might have to go back and buy that just to have that. So definitely, like, take an gander and see what the sun card says. You know what? I'm sorry, but like YouTube, you freaking don't do it. Don't say it, Erica. Don't say it. It's like the mode, the like subscribers only mode is on, but it's not. It's not working. It's just not working. Just anyone and their fucking mom comes through today. Okay, excuse my French. That's the Mercury shadow coming out verbally. I love you, Lola. And also, Look up the spiritual meaning of the walrus. There's a message there. I have no idea what the spiritual meaning of the walrus is. But it's like it's an extended part of this message for sure, for sure, for sure. All right, so that is really beautiful. I love that. And like I said, like, you know, for me earlier, like the readings I did, your timeline number 2, by the way. I don't know if you chose timeline number 2, but that's how I see it. You're on timeline number 2 with what I just read for you. Yes, we will go deeper. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I love that it was your grandma's favorite color. Beautiful. Oh, so she's showing up so she's probably connected to the walrus message too then. Beautiful. All right, my love. Thank you. And thank you for your help. Thank you. All right, Susan. My beautiful Susan. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Okay, sorry, I know this looks weird. Hold on. And so it is. All right. I felt in my, I was like, what eye is this? My right eye. I felt in my right eye just now. I just now felt something was trying to infiltrate my right eye and put like a little implant in my right eye just now. But they don't know who they're messing with. I was like, oh, bitch, you will not. That's why I just real quick, just boom. It's fine. But I can always tell and feel, see, or whatever. And it's not like from you, Lola, or you, Susan, or anything like that. It's it is coming in through this chat and through this live stream. It is, but it's not from either of you guys. So I just want to make that clear. It just happens sometimes. I'll be watching like a video on YouTube or I'll be watching like something on Netflix, and then I will literally feel the parasitic implants and hooks that come through these streaming devices and what they stream. I will feel it coming through and starting to try to infiltrate my eyeballs or get into my eyes and hook itself in, and I will eradicate that bitch as soon as it even tries. But trust me, they've gotten in before. You're welcome, honey. All right. Okay, so Susan, I don't think Susan is here on the live, but I usually give it a minute. And then after Susan is Crystal or Jade, and then Krista. Yeah, I don't think Susan's here. Okay. Oh my gosh, yeah, right, because it's late for you, Lola. That's what I was thinking with Baldish earlier, and like you're in Belgium, she's in England. It's like not a real big difference, right? Or at all with the time. Thank you, sweetheart. Have a good day and much love and protection to your babies as they go to Italy. So jealous. All right. For my beautiful Susan. For Susan. That's why this subscriber like thing that I'm, you know, like whenever I put it on before, we've never had any issues with it before, right guys? Like whenever I put this setting on for subscribers only, there's never been any issues. It's perfect. It's wonderful, but not today. And then I'm just sitting here thinking, well, no kidding, of course, Mercury retrograde, but also because the closer we get to Lionsgate and all this stuff, the harder the attacks come in. And they literally like are infiltrating the live stream because they're trying to get through to, you know, to implant things, to infiltrate basically. So it's crazy how this all works, you know? It's crazy. And it's all the time. It's like you have to be really like discerning and aware and like, you know, it's just crazy. All right, for my beautiful Susan. Beautiful Susan. Authority. Okay. So I've been pulling this deck for like your material realm message. So anything in like home, money, work, things like that. Your 3D world, right? Authority though. Because I feel like, hold on, let me pull this too. But you have like the eagles. There's a whole bunch of eagles in this card. And white daisy flowers. And I love it too because see this priestess? She's like an older, like her age is older. She's like the crone energy. She's got this, she's full of wisdom and all these things. But it's like, it's funny because I'm actually getting like a grandmother spirit kind of energy. Or like a great grandmother. But it feels like, you know, like that. I think they're really around you. I think they're really around you. I don't know if your mom is still here with us, you know, on earth, but it's a very motherly grandma kind of energy here. And the message that I'm receiving here is giving yourself the literal authority to be fully in your power, to be authentically in your power. To give, so with this Lionsgate, that's what this Lionsgate is helping you do. It's again, going back to that solar plexus, and which is crazy because I'm channeling the solar plexus in the live today, and then literally, Susan, I just did like a healing thing that I emailed to you earlier today, and the whole thing that came through for your healing session that I recorded was your solar plexus. It was like it was, you know, honey, you know. And here you go again. Like that is what it's unlocking for you. So it's opening up some type of like higher authority where you can like you're already like in charge of yourself, duh. But like it's like giving yourself that like really high, I don't know, you're gonna be in the higher place of like first of all, it's like spiritual leadership as well, like stepping more into these roles that you came here to do. That's a big one. So this is going to help open some of that up and align you with that. But it's also an inner authority and a spiritual authority. It's like also your spirit guide is just letting you know, like, you have the green light to go and do all the things you need to do, okay? But also it's just like your own inner authority. Like, I don't know, it's going to be different, but you're connected to the solar plexus. It's like it's your power center, willpower, your confidence, your inner fire, like all that stuff to get the job done, courage and bravery and all these things. It's a very masculine chakra, very masculine energy. And then you have, oh yeah, see, it rediscover your zeal, and that's also something that came through in your healing that I did. It was about a lot of stuff coming up again about your physical body, like rediscovering your flair, your zeal. It's like that movie when Stella got her groove back. Like it's getting your groove back. It's like, you know, like age is only a number. Like do you feel sexy? Do you feel beautiful? Do you feel, you know, like are you embodying that beautiful energy, you know, or is that something you're still healing and working on? It's all fine and great no matter where you're at. but rediscover your zeal and giving yourself the inner authority. There's something big about your power that shifts with this portal, for sure. For sure. Like, I think that honestly, like after August is over, like you move through this, I see you, like anything that is just like, any kind of thing that takes your power, you're like, I'm done. Cutting it off, boom. Like any little thing. Like it is like, no. Healthy boundaries with love. Okay, so this card number 40 says, pay attention to the passion that you are feeling for discovery, learning, exploration, spirituality, travel, your work, or your relationship. Passion and desire go together, especially as inspiration. So the Lionsgate is helping to open all this up for you. It's helping you literally like open up and unlock like a lot of like confidence. It's like a confidence booster, bravery, courage. And it's to like follow these things that you're like dreaming of or you're passionate about. And it's also a lot of inspiration and creativity and things like that. I love that. You have to align and co-create with it, right? Because you have the free will choice. It's like, okay, this is what it's doing for you, but you have the free will choice. And I'm not saying this is what you do every day, but it's just like, let's say like people that just get up and they do the same thing every day, like a robot, every day. Maybe they're going through their awakening and they're ascending and they're right, but they're not doing anything different in their 3D. And then they're like, well, why isn't anything changing in my 3D reality? I feel like I'm doing the work, but they're not really doing all the work. They're just doing what they consider the fun stuff, watching tarot readings and getting angel numbers and da-da-da-da, right? But they're not doing the work that the universe is telling them to do. And I'm not saying that's you, but this is an example of it's setting you up. It's like it's all there for you. And all you have to do is get up and choose to be different. Choose to try new things. Choose to follow your passions. Choose to create new stuff. Choose to dive into your physical love of self and your physical body and getting in shape or doing this or eating different or whatever it is. Okay. And then let's see what divine union message is coming for you. Okay, hold on. Okay. So this is, okay, so you have new beginning, a new adventure awaits. Again, it's about adventure, rediscovering your zeal, a zest for life. That's what it is. It's like having this like newfound zest of life, like excited about life. I want to try new things. I'm ready for adventure. I want to do this and I want to do that. I've always wanted to do this and I've never done it because of this, this, and this. And I'm going to finally do it. It's like that. I've always wanted to dye my hair pink, but because of my stupid ex-boyfriend or husband, you know, who always thought that'd be dumb, I never did it. But now I can do it. It's like whatever the situation is. A new adventure awaits. Embrace it and live your dreams passionately. Twin flames, your passion ignites. Okay? Like, I don't take that so literally. It's just literal, like, there's some kind of beautiful divine counterpart who also is mirroring, reflecting. There's passion igniting. It feels like more alignment, moving closer. New beginnings here with the zest of life. Giving yourself the inner authority that you need to do to accomplish and achieve what you need to do. La 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 la. And then the white dove. I love that. You have the white dove in both of those. And the rose. And then you have that too. It says, when it comes to matters of the heart, there is no right or wrong. Every choice you make expands your understanding of life and love. So there's something here about, like, don't beat yourself up over things, choices, regrets, the past. Like, when it comes to matters of the heart, like, there's no right or wrong. Like, you know, it's almost like the message of, like, you were just doing the best you could with what you knew to do at the time or whatever it is. Okay. I mean, could you be meeting this person in the 3D? Yeah. But do I feel like there's an actual, like, coming together, being together right now? I do not. I don't. I mean, I'm getting October. I'm getting October. Could it happen sooner? Yeah, absolutely. But I know and you know that there's some things that have to change, etc. For this. But they're letting you know, like, everything is set up. But, like, right now, I think the focus is you, honestly. But could you meet this person, or could something happen where you're talking on the phone, or you run into each other at the grocery store, and, you know, things, you know, and then you're kind of, like, maybe getting to know each other while you're moving out of certain situations, or you're transitioning, or you're you know what I mean? That's a different, you know what I mean? But do I feel like it's like a full-blown like union, like in the 3D right now? No. But new adventures, passion, like all this stuff. It's because you got to go through this and like integrate this, and then like this manifests into the 3D. But Lionsgate is bringing all, this is your alignment. It's like Lionsgate portal is like one of those portals where, you know, it's like so powerful. It's like a massive like timeline, quantum leap, jump, whatever it is. Whether, you know, if you want it to be, it will be. Certainly will be for the earth. For me, it's like what you're thinking about right now, what you're speaking about right now, what you're doing, like what you're putting your energy into, like around this time, over the next like few weeks or whatever, like you're going to see the results of that showing up pretty fast. And maybe, and for me, it's like the Lionsgate is like a gift that keeps on giving. The portal energy will phase out, but what you thought about and manifested with Lionsgate won't. That will keep coming and happening. Okay. So, you know, I don't know. For me, I'm like, Lionsgate, this is like exactly what I see and desire for my life for the rest of the year, moving into 2026. I'm going to say like February, March, from here to now. That's what I'm doing. Like, this is how I see the rest of my year going, and this is how I want my New Year's to look, and this is how I want the first few months of 2026 to look. And then there on out, I don't care. I don't care. I trust, whatever. But this is like what I'm manifesting for the next, like, you know, 6-7 months. So I don't know. Maybe, you know, maybe that'll help some of you guys. Or just, you know, like the rest of 2025. This is what I want. This is what I see. I'm going to convey my meaning. I'm going to be, you know, more detailed and specific. Not necessarily detailed specific about a person. I don't recommend that. Meaning like, he's my twin flame, and that's the only person I can be with. All I want is John Smith. He's my twin, and that's all I can be with. John Smith is it. And meanwhile, John Smith is over twiddling him his thumbs and not doing any kind of healing work. You know what I mean? So when I say like be detailed, it's just like, you know, like I'm calling in a partner who is obviously on the same frequency. That's like attracts like, that's like kind of like duh. But someone, you know, this is like the energy that I really want. Like someone who just is funny, charismatic, you know, someone who like obviously gets me and all that I'm about, you know what I mean? But someone who's really like motivated, and someone who has a big heart and loves deeply and cares so much, especially for animals, especially for the children. Like, you know, this is what I desire. You know, I'm open, my heart's open to whatever the universe and you know, whatever the divine plan is. But, you know, I really love, I see like someone with dark hair and, you know, dark beard, and, you know, this is me. I know I'm going into my thing, but you know what I mean? But you're not putting a face, or you're not putting a name or someone specific in that vision. We do not ever want to just be like, you know, and you guys know me. It's my twin flame, Erica. I don't care. I am a twin flame. And it is a journey of awakening back to yourself. Doesn't mean you're supposed to be with that person till the day you die. And that's the only person you could be with. If you both do the work and the awakening and ascension goes in favor of the soul's true journey, purpose, path, etc. on both ends, then yeah, that's beautiful. And both of you guys, you know, but it's not the end all be all. Just like, you know what I mean? So I'm only trying to help. I'm only trying to help because I don't want people being alone forever, waiting on someone who's never going to come forward. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know, but that's not a gamble I'm personally willing to take on anybody. All right. Crystal or Jade. I think it was Jade. I saw Jade earlier. It's like, you know who I'm talking about. I'm like, if you're in here, you know who you are. And the last, I think it was like Crystal, Jade, and then like the last name was something like, I don't want to say the last name, but starts with a G. So you know who you are. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a spiritual message, please, for Jade at this time. You know, I just thought of too, that's crazy. Remember earlier, if you got those of you guys who've been on the live, remember earlier before I went to the use, which I have to use the restroom again, sorry. I've drinking like two of these already today, plus like 3 cups of coffee. So I'm like peeing. And plus I take like sea moss daily and like, you know, like basically all these things that are like helping to clear my lymphatic system and, you know, drain shit from my mucus and all. So I pee a lot, more than I usually do. But the number 323, that could be an angel number that you guys see or that you start seeing. Probably now that I say that, you're like, oh yeah, I've seen that before. But now you'll probably start seeing it like crazy for who that's for. But it breaks down to 8. I didn't even realize that. Duh. 323 breaks down to 8. So that's funny that I just, anyways, because 888 portal. We're doing this for the 88. Okay. All right. So for beautiful Jade. Oh, Susan, this is funny because you just got the same card Susan just got. Back to back. How funny. Look at that. Rediscover your zeal. So what's Lionsgate doing for you? It is, I see this for a lot of people. This is the moment we've been waiting for, mi amors. This portal is like, it is the battery pack we've been needing. It's like I've been so tired and just exhausted and drained, and my body's felt so heavy and like, okay. And I'm channeling for you right now, Jade, by the way. I'm channeling for you. But I'm also speaking to the all because we're all we're all connected as one. So this is it. This is it. This is push comes, I'm hearing push comes to shove. This is the push comes to shove. I'm just going to channel everything the way that it's coming through exactly for you. So it's coming through exactly like this. Push comes to shove. It's time to get back out there. It's time to put both feet on the ground and hit that ground running. What that is about, I don't know. That's for you to know. But that is the guidance. But that is also what Lionsgate is helping to open up and to do and to activate. It's like hit the ground running. All of a sudden, bam, I'm feeling like I have energy. I feel happy. I feel like, what the heck? Like I went to sleep feeling like whatever. And then I woke up this morning feeling like, it's like that. For a lot of the souls who've been doing like the deep inner work, you know what I mean? Rediscover your zeal. So Lionsgate is helping you do that. Plus, I think that's just what is kind of opening up for you anyways right now. I do pick up on some fear as you rediscover your zeal and you step more into, you know, the new you or the ascended you, more evolved you, the more true you. Pay attention to the passion that you are feeling for discovery. What are you passionate about? Like, I want to learn about this. I want to discover this. I'm deep diving and going down the rabbit hole of this. All of that is fantastic. All of it's fantastic. I'm all about the spiritual independence, all about feeding your soul and your brain on your own, like as much as you can. Like I'm feeling like I really love this. I want to learn about the history of the tarot and I'm going to deep dive into it. You know what I mean? So I just think you're like researching or reading books or listening to podcasts or audio books. It's like, or maybe that's a guidance. I don't know. But it's just, there's a lot of passionate energy in that. Learning, exploring, exploration, spirituality, travel, your work or your relationships. Passion and desire go together, especially as inspiration. So it's tying your passions and your desires together, and feeling inspired by that. So I feel like a lot of inspiration energy here with Lionsgate for you. Just like I said to Susan, it's a new zest for life. A new zest for life. That's the rebirth energy anyways. You know, like when you, it's just, Lionsgate is, it's like, I don't know. For those of you guys who have felt like in the in-between, it's going to make you feel not in the in-between anymore. You're going to feel like you are at the 0 point energy, the full card, like, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. It's like that. So that's how it is for you too, Jay. Okay, there's something about August 13th, around that time, I don't know, maybe that's when you really start feeling it. But I'm seeing August 13th. So maybe put it down in your calendar. Maybe something special happens that day, something exciting, or some kind of travel thing, or work, or something about, I don't know, but I just saw August 13th. Maybe it's a special date for you. I don't know. Maybe it's a birthday. I don't know. The Death card, I literally just said, this is how you feel when you come into the official, like, timeline of, like, the rebirth. Here I am, new me. Versus, like, being pulled, like, where we're at right now, where nothing's really happening, but it's like the old me, old timelines. No new me, new timelines. No old me, old timelines. And you're trying to, like, you know, so that's where we've all been. No biggie. The rebirth, confirmation. All right, so there you go. Anubis, god of death, ancient Egypt. You know, when in ancient Egypt, you know, he's the one that meets you on the other side, kind of like weighs up your life. Like, you know, were you good? Were you bad? Were you know, it's like that. I really like Anubis's energy. I don't know, maybe it's just from my past lives, but I like the energy of Anubis. I like energies that are very, like, no bullshit. And that's his energy. Like, it's either this or that. But it speaks of the rebirth. You're coming out of the death and into the rebirth. Forgiveness. This is always interesting too, because it's like you have this, like, darker energy. Like, this is the shadow. This is, like, the inner demons and this shadow. And, like, this is the stuff where most people are so terrified to go, and they only want to be up here, and they only want to have, you know, be in the light. So I think you've been doing a lot of stuff into the darkness, but I do think that you really need to, like, at this time, like, I think you really need to honor, like, what am I still struggling with? What is, like, the shadow? What is, like, do I feel these karmic attachments still? Or what am, you know, what from, just kind of going back over, like, reflecting, like, when planets are in retrograde, which we have right now, reflecting. With the forgiveness card, it's about forgiving yourself to create balance. Forgiveness is creating balance. It creates balance. But also what I'm seeing here is there's energies of past and past lives that like, it'd be a really good idea for you to, like, speak it verbally out loud. Like, I forgive, like, energies that have wronged me or hurt me, or that, you know, whatever. There's something about, like, forgiveness so you can, like, fully move into this light energy here and have this rebirth. But I love it because there's a ton of balancing that you've been doing between your light and your shadow. But I do feel that there's some, I do see it. I see it. Like, there needs to be some forgiveness around the past. It's much easier said than done, for sure. You can't take your old life into the new. So anything that's attached to that. I can't. Like, what the heck? And forgiveness. And then literally the card, like, because I'm tuning into, like, love, romance, divine union, just to see where everyone's at and what Lionsgate is going to do. forgiveness. So there is some major forgiveness. Now here's the deal. Is this okay? So this makes sense, because I was like, what is the shadow? And like I was trying to get more on that. Like, what is the attachments, or what is the stuff from the past? Here it is. I had to get to the love part. So you're going through this really beautiful, like, just transformation and rebirth energy, and you're moving in. Lionsgate's helping with all this stuff. It's helping you a lot. But there's definitely stuff from the past that needs to be forgiven when it comes to love and people who have hurt you, wronged you. I'm also receiving father and mother wounds. This could be past life, I don't know, but like I'm actually getting a lot of father energy here, so I don't know how that correlates with you or resonates, but I'm seeing like father, which ties to that masculine energy, which it's like a distorted, it's almost like a resentment or an anger towards masculines because of something that happened in a past life. Or I think the way that I see it is adolescence or childhood. So there's like father wounds of forgiveness that correlate and connect to like love, like romantic relationships for you. So it's like you're stopping the cycle, and then like do you know what I mean? So there's something about that. And Lionsgate is helping with that too, by the way. It's helping with a lot of healing and stuff like that. But my thing is like falling off. Stop focusing your energy on past events, for your life is too precious to waste. You create your reality by what you think, dream, and imagine. So there it is. So when we often think about things from our past, or they keep coming up, or we're like, whatever it is, right? It's like a reoccurring thing, a thought, it's because there's unresolved trauma there, or there's still wounding around there. It hurts still on some level. So it keeps coming up because the pain is still there. So, you know what I mean? So that's all connected. Okay. It's like people who have been in your life, but primarily romantic partners, people who have been in your life that came in and they acted like angels, and they ended up being like the devil, you know what I mean? And they really hurt you. But I feel that too. I feel like there's like something about the parents' childhood, but there's something about like father wounds, the father energy. So again, I don't know if this is like past life trauma, like in another lifetime, probably too, but it feels more current lifetime. Okay. That is what I've got. Did I get all three? Yes, I did. All right. So that was for beautiful Jade. And then next is Krista. I'm going to go use the restroom in between right now before I start Krista. And then let's see. So we have Krista, Brenda, number 8. So Krista's number 7. Brenda's number 8. Stephanie's number 9. Melinda's number 10. Anna is number 11. And then Maria is number 12. Okay. All right. So weird. Holy shit. Hold on. Sorry. I had another epiphany moment. Okay. So for those of you guys who are still in here, if you've been in here for a little bit and okay. So we had the interferences today and all the issues with keeping unsubscribed people out of the chat, and just like all these like infiltrated energies coming in, right? And then I had like the weird thing where I felt that freaky, I felt it. It was coming in and it was trying to latch itself into my eye. So that's when I grabbed my chimes and I was like, no, you don't. And I went in and I was doing my own thing with the sound and clearing at the same time. And I just realized ever since I did that, the infiltration stopped. Just like that. No new comments coming in. No random weirdos coming in. Literally, it just went calm and quiet. Didn't it though? I'm so powerful. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just like, I didn't realize it till right now. I'm like, oh my God, the chat is just, it's just calm. Anyways, if you know, you know how this kind of stuff works, you know. Like, you see it, you feel it, you knock it out, you always know something's not right, and then bam. Like, that's what I did. I was like, this is weird. I was like, Mercury retrograde, but no, it was like beyond that. I didn't realize it was beyond that. I mean, we always have weird stuff going on, but. So crazy. Aw, said 144 in Belgium. Okay. I was just seeing Lola's messages. All right, so, okay, guys. All right, I'm going to go use the restroom just real fast. I'm, like, losing my little sweater thing I have tied around here. That is crazy, though. Wow. I love that. That's neat. You guys are probably like, yeah, who cares? But for me, I'm like, wow. All right. I'm like, right? Chat filter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, everything's right. Okay, yeah. It's just not moving. There's just no. All right. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. And then when I come back, I am starting with Krista. I don't know if Krista is in here. And then after Krista, number 8 is Brenda, and then Steph, and then Melinda, and then Anna, and then Maria. And then that's all we have on the list. If there is anyone else in here who wants to get a reading, all of the info is in the description box. But if not, that's cool too, because I'm like, it's already 5 o'clock and it's gonna start being dinner time. But maybe I'll do another live in like the next couple of days. I was thinking of going live again and doing like a live healing for people, like helping just to do some clearing and just throw up some shields of protection for people right now. I was thinking about doing that. And then I also have had a few people reaching out asking like, when are you going to do another live where you do the past life readings? I love doing those, but like, they're just, I don't know, just because some of the stuff that comes up is so like, it can be very private, very triggering at times. So I don't know, with the past life stuff, the Akashic little mini past life tune-ins, like, you know, but anyways, but the healing ones, like the healings, like I know you guys really love those. And anyways, that's, I think with the Lionsgate and just all like, I think all the retrograde planets and just everything, I think that's why people are like, I need some help here. Hi, Steph. Okay, wonderful. Yes, I miss them. I know, me too. I know, me too. I know. I used to go live, like, sometimes I'd go live like twice a week at times. I mean, I wouldn't do live readings every single time, but you know, at least once a week I would go live. And now I do it like maybe twice a month, once a month, usually like twice a month, but yeah, I really love doing the live streams. So don't worry, you're gonna get more of me, because I feel like I'm now coming back to myself, but like my newest ascended self. Like, I've just been so in the dark night for so long. I just haven't had it in me to show up like that. But oh, that's changing now. All right. So thank you, Steph, because I was like, wait a minute, maybe something is wrong with the comments, but I was like, no. This is clearing. This is something I just, I cleared the funk right out of here. You've been feeling it too. Awesome. I love it. Yeah, I'm telling you. And then the Lionsgate is going to help us with so much. Just feeling like, you know, like, yes, I'm ready. I feel more energized. I feel like a lot of heaviness has been lifted from me. Even like, I just think Lionsgate is just, I really see it. I think it's a big portal that it brings a lot of us into a really big alignment with our higher selves. I mean, our higher self more on earth. You know what I mean? I really see it. I really do. The funk is going. Yeah, the funk is going. Claim it. I claim it too. Yeah. Yeah. The funk is definitely leaving. All right. Okay. I'm going to go pee and I'll be right back. Only pee number 2 from the live today. Sorry, guys. Oh, you're right here. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I'm like doing stuff and I'm like, wait a minute, where's Sage at? Where's Sage? And then when I don't see him and I look in all his regular spots, I start freaking out. Oh my God, did he accidentally get out through the front door? Was I not paying attention? Did he? So anyway, so I was just having one of those moments. And then I come in here and he's literally on his bed right here in front of me. I didn't even see you the whole time, honey. I didn't know. Okay, all right. Sorry, guys. Just a little freak out moment. I'm sorry. You want to come out now? No? You want to escape? Okay. All right, sorry guys. That's funny. He was on his little bed the whole time, or his little cat tower thing, his little tree thing. Yeah, the pressure was on. You know, see, for me, July actually felt a lot better in so many ways for me personally, except for, you know, the last like week, which that, you know, it's always a hard time of the year with my brother's birthday and stuff, but then just everything else. But I felt that the decompressing of it, you know, throughout the month, but still like things, you know, happening. So I'm ready for August. Okay, so let's start with one of the ocean cards, just for an overall message here. Are you gonna get up now? Oh, you got 2. You got, okay, so you got card number 3 and card 43. in the light of the moon. I love this. You have the orca. The orca taking a big old leap, a big old jump with the full moon, which we have the full moon coming up. A full moon can shine light on what you have been resisting. This can be anything from your fears to your soul's beauty. And that's, you know, that's a big one because that's a lot of, I think, a lot of fear around the soul's beauty, meaning like, you know, it's scary for a lot of people subconsciously to step more fully into their soul's truth and just everything about, you know, their soul, because, you know, there's been so many lifetimes where you've done that and you're like, I've been killed, I've been beaten, I'm good. Like, you know, it's scary. Or to put yourself out there, especially in modern day society where all of it is, you know, taboo, and people have been brainwashed for the last 3,000 years with patriarchal rule, you know, fear-based church systems and false religions and, you know, things like that, where, I mean, I don't want to say, it's like, it's false, it's, you know what I mean? Like the fear, it's the falseness around God and your relationship to God is what I mean. It's the full moon. This full moon coming up does something really powerful for you. But they're also probably this week, you'll probably be feeling a lot of those like resistant things or struggle things coming up. That's okay. But that's what I see, like the full moon. I mean, it's something big about like the subconscious and things like that that are gonna, you know, be clearing away, and more of that resistance is cleared, and, you know, more things being unlocked. So there's not so much resistance and there's more action and more acceptance and more like, yeah, let's go. Setting up parameters, number 43. Assess your relationships and determine how they are aligned with your goals. Setting boundaries requires an honest evaluation of your present relationships. Even the relationship with self, you know, like how am I holding myself back from my goals? But I think just the message overall with Lionsgate is like, you know, obviously being in the heart, but like being in the heart about like your future, your goals, and having that heart space open. Because it says assess your relationships and determine how they are aligned with your goals. Okay, so what the message is with that is what they're saying is like cut all strings of attachment. All strings of attachment, expectation, and outcome with the Lionsgate through this week. Allow yourself to just be free in the energy. With your heart open to whatever may come will come, and whatever may happen will happen. Okay. I don't know why this full moon, but this full moon is something exactly. I was like, this full moon is doing something powerful for you. I don't know what the heck it is, but it's doing something. But right as I was going to say that, the Tower card came out. So this is like your 3D reality. This is like what Lionsgate is doing with your 3D reality. It's a lot of just like unexpected stuff going to start happening. It's very surprise, very like, whoa, like this is crazy out of nowhere. It's stuff like that. Okay, so that's why they're like, make sure you're like, you know, there's no attachments or cords or like thought attachments of like, you know what I mean? Like it's just surrender. Like basically like you're just this free floating like person just floating in the river of the divine destined currents of life or whatever, you know, like I don't know where it's taking me, but I'm just in for the ride and I'm all for it. And like anything that comes my way or whomever comes my way or whatever comes my way, like I'm ready for it. It's like that. But yeah, absolutely, Lionsgate is bringing in some massive transformation and change big time in the 3D reality. Big time. And then let's see what the romance message here is. So the full moon is going to be a big deal. I don't know what kind of fish this is. Some kind of fish with some crazy little teeth. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't tell you either on the cards. But definitely an orca whale, right? So maybe looking at the spiritual meaning of the orca. And reflection. Hold on. So this is a Lionsgate love message. Reflection. I love all like the deep blues and purples, and that's really pretty. Beautiful blue butterfly. Reflection. So the message here says reflection. So this is in divine union, okay? Give each other some space at the moment. Trust and have faith that all will work out for the best. So it's exactly what I just said. It's exactly what I just said. Exactly what I just said. Just going fully into your heart and like, you know? All the butterflies are like, so it's big transformation, huge transformation this month. Lionsgate is bringing some big stuff, alignment. And then things just start happening. And look, it is a literal like portal. It's a literal portal. 8-8 portal. All right. Trust and have faith that all will work out for the best. So that's like what you're doing, but like that's what, you know, that's what the attachments and the cords and you know what I mean? It's like old fears or this or, you know, like where have I been resisting or, you know, all that kind of stuff. Give each other some space at the moment. You know what I get from that is just, again, I don't know what it is, but like this portal right now, it is so important to be in your heart, to be in the flow. Just allow it to take you where it's going to take you without any kind of attachment to a specific, like, you know what I mean? Like outcome, you know, like when it comes to divine counterparts right now. And it's only going to help. It's only going to help. I don't know why I felt called to look at the bottom of the deck. And then it says, on the bottom of the deck, it says, and again, it's just this woman right here. That's what it wants you to focus on. That's what Lionsgate's telling you to do. Exactly. Reflect, trust, and have faith that all is going to work out. Like basically, like just release attachments for the moment. This is about you. If you could do, so this is what they want you to focus on. If you could do anything, what would it be? The answer dwells in your heart, not in your mind. For the heart is the gateway of the soul. That's why I'm like, be in the heart, be in the heart, be in the heart. Like anything. And this is for everyone. This is for all of us right now. It's kind of crazy. Like let's say someone's struggling with like the fear of attachment around finances and lack. If we're like focused, if we're like sending those energies out right now with like we basically like it's like you want to be in the heart and have trust and faith and surrender because you don't want to manifest that stuff right now with Lionsgate. Like you do not want to put that energy into this portal. You do not want to do that. So it's like you want to be like as much as you can, like in the flow with ease. I trust. It's all good. I'm not worried. I'm ready for this next level. Like bring it on, you know, like I trust whatever the divine has in store, whatever the divine plan is. I trust. I fully receive and accept. It literally is like that, you know. So anyways, love, but that is what I've got for you right now. If you could do anything, what would it be? That's a good question. If you could do anything, what would it be? If you could go anywhere, where would you go? What, you know? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's going to help manifest some stuff too. Anyways, that is what I've got. Or that is what the cards have got for this portal. Yeah, because there's some big alignment here. I'm telling, I'm saying. It's like not just setting, it's not just like alignment for like the next like few weeks or like a month or something. It's like big alignment, like, you know. So anyways. Oh, wait, hold on. I just went right to Stephanie because I was like talking with her. But really, I was supposed to read for Krista. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. All right. So Stephanie ended up being number 7. That was my bad. But that's okay. So sorry, Krista. And then I'll pick Krista back at number 9. But I don't think Krista's on the live anyways. So yeah, like I was like, just like, I don't know, I was like talking with Stephanie and then I went to the restroom and all that. And then, you know, then I came back and and then I sat down. I just went right into like reading for you stuff. So it is what it is. Everyone's getting their reading anyway, so. That was a Mercury retrograde moment for sure. That was Mercury retrograde. I really gotta watch myself with this. I'm like throwing things away in my garbage can on accident that like I didn't mean to throw away. Like just all this crazy stuff. yeah. Just go back and replay. Just go back and listen. All right. Well, that was for you, Steph. Okay. Number 8 is Brenda. So I'm just, and then I just will put I'll just put the list down in the comments so everyone knows what number they are too. Oh, that's sweet, Maria. You're welcome, Steph. You're welcome, love. I heard towers, surprises. Yeah. A lot of divine realignment, we'll say that. Divine realignment. You know? The tower will come in and realign us, like if we're like really resisting things, you know, and like this and that. But like if you like let go of like a lot of the shit that like you knew was like really not good for you and you've been letting go, you know, more than likely the tower is going to realign some stuff. It might knock a few things out of place that aren't supposed to be there anymore anyways, but it just feels more like a good tower energy, you know. It's like half and half. Some people, they've been holding on to karmic bondage in a big way and they've been resisting stuff, and so they're gonna get hit with towers like, okay, it's time to change and it's gonna suck. But like if you've been doing the work, you know, and you've really been releasing, like you're gonna get stuff like that happening, but it's gonna be more like yes, like this is what I'm talking about. This is why I've been surrendering, releasing, I've been celibate, I've been alone, I've been doing this, I've been doing, you know what I mean? You'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right, so for beautiful Brenda. And then after Brenda is Krista. Number 9, Krista. All right. So awesome. My TMJ is acting up. That's enough. Like the I've noticed that a lot of like my jaw and my ears have been acting up recently. It's all the energy and activations and things like that. But so I've been like having to like really like massage my jaw and like doing all kinds of stuff and like babying, you know. Our jaw is insane. It like the amount of stress and pressure that our jaw, like, I mean, right? So powerful to like love on these, and you know, and like do like facial massages and like get all that, you know. Anyways, all right, Steph, Brenda. Okay, so Brenda was in here earlier, but I don't know that she is in here now. So for beautiful Brenda. Oh my God, why am I immediately hearing Phil Collins? I can feel it coming in the air tonight. moment all my life. I'm just kidding. But anyways, the song did come through. Okay, so Brenda, that could be a relevant song for you. It could have meaning for you. I don't know. I know like pretty much everyone in the world has heard that song at some point in time. But it could be specific for you, or the words specific for you. Like you can feel it. I can feel it coming in. I can feel it happening. Where you need to be. I love this. This is like a really cool little fish. I have no idea what kind of fish it is. Something that lives in the ocean. Card number 26 breaks down to 8. And this is an 8-8 portal reading. So it says, acknowledge how you're feeling. Have faith the universe will take care of a current... Okay, so acknowledge how you're feeling. Have faith the universe will take care of a current concern by providing the best possible outcome for everyone involved, or for all involved. So this Lionsgate is whatever, I don't know. You'll know. I don't know. You know? You're right where you need to be. I think that's a big one. It's actually creating a block. Like you've been worrying a little bit about like divine timing, you know what I mean? Like everything in divine timing, you know, but it's almost like, God, I feel like, am I missing something here? Do I need to do something more? Spirit's like, nope, you're right where you need to be. Just relax. Chillax. Just acknowledge like how you're feeling, you know? Like, am I feeling happy? Am I feeling excited? Am I feeling like, you know, whatever, I don't know. Acknowledge how you're feeling though, like, and acknowledge how you feel. Have faith the universe is taking care of a current kind of problem or concern. Something that obviously affects you in some way, where the universe is coming through and like, with this portal, we just need you to be present and in your heart and really just like pour it into yourself. Like just do, like feel good. This is feel good energy. You got to feel good during this portal as much as you can. Try to. But also honor when things come up. Like what I shared in the collective, you know, message earlier. Like this week, that's what I did. I was like working, but I had to honor what I was feeling. I couldn't just carpet sweep it and be like, Erica, just, you got to work. You got to do this, you know. That's what our old program selves do. We got to survive. We got to keep going. Like, fuck how you feel. Go to work, Erica. Do this, Erica. And that's just not how it is when you're when you're awakened. Sincerity, okay? Sincerity. This is complimenting and acknowledging the fact, okay, so you have like a really kind, sweet soul, really sweet soul, really like you're just so sincere, so genuine, so beautiful. This is about you embodying sincerity. Sincerity for me is genuine. To me, being sincere is the same as being genuine. I'm being sincere. I'm being authentic. I'm sincerely saying, I feel for you. I'm sincerely saying, I love you. I'm sincerely saying, I'm honestly saying, I'm truthfully saying, I'm genuinely saying, I'm, you know, kindly saying. It's like all that mixed together to me, you know? So you embody that sincerity, and it's like the good you do comes back to you. So Lionsgate, you're going to start seeing a lot of your karmic debt coming back, but it's a payout instead of a debt. It's like you paid the debt and now you get the reward. It's like that. You paid the karmic debt. Okay, you remained in the heart. You're just, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Card number 45. So you have a 9 and then 26. Also, the lotus flower could be significant. There's also, like this Lionsgate, it brings more of like sincere energies into your life. Authenticity, kindness, sincere people and situations, and maybe a sincere pay increase. I'm also seeing that too. So I don't know what you do or what, or just like, I don't know, like a generous way, influx of money. I don't know. Yeah, what did I just say? Temperance. It's divine timing, but it's everything in its moderation. So it's your cup is being poured into. This is the card of the angels. There's really, so Lionsgate brings balance, healing, but it's also a lot of divine timing. Your cup is being filled up. So see how it's like you've been this really kind-hearted, loving. It's basically like, you know what, my cup is basically empty, but here, let me pour into your cup. That's how you are, Brenda. So now the good you do, since everything you've done throughout many lifetimes and this lifetime, this is a lot of karma. This is a lot of dharma. This is your good karma. This is like the pause, you know what I mean? Like the loving, and you know, that's coming back to you now. Okay, so what all I'm getting here is like Lionsgate makes your cup runneth over. It makes your cup runneth over. It's also more of like a smooth, tranquil, like healing, like the things coming in, they bring more like peace and love and flow instead of like anxiety, fear, and chaos, you know, like that's what we are like, that's what you're, you know, you've been moving away from. And then you have reflection. So you have you, the blue butterflies, they're really pretty, like I think it's an iris, some kind of flower, I don't know. Reflection, it says give each other some space at the moment. Trust and have faith that all will work out for the best. Give each other some space at the moment. You know, this feels like just in general, like you might need to pull your energy back or just be like, I don't know. I just feel like Lionsgate, unless you're like someone who's also awakening, I feel like Lionsgate, a lot of people just kind of need to do their own thing. They really need to like connect. They need to be outdoors in nature. They need to be away from chaos and people with low vibes for sure, as much as they can during this portal. But what I'm seeing here is reflection, give each other some space. I actually feel like there's been like a great, like I feel like, basically I feel like there's like a closing in, but I also feel like when it comes to thinking, or there's something about like, it's similar to kind of like what I said with Stephanie's message a few moments ago. Like you might be connecting with a soulmate very strongly on the 5D, but the way that I'm seeing it is like, as much as you can, like, do not, like, when it comes to another soulmate or divine union, like letting go of those attachments and cords for right now. Like, just be a free-floating soul, spirit, body, human in the river of life right now, through the portal and everything. Just, I'm not, you know, like, I'm getting, you know, oh, well, this person is sending me signs and synchronicities left and right and talking to me through signs and all day long, you know. Okay, then be like Erica, because when I get those kinds of signs and messages from my divine masculine, I will say, that's very sweet. Thank you. I received this with love. But that's like the only thing I do not. My mind is not all over another person. I do not obsess over anybody. I'm not like, please come back to me. And when is he coming back? And I could, you know, and so there's something about that, like where it's like, just like right now, this week is all about you. Like pretend that like no one else in the world exists except you. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Like if you have kids and stuff, obviously but no one exists right now except you. You're in this beautiful space where there's nothing around you except you and source. The energy just got real calm when I said that. It just got so calm. I don't know if that's just from everyone here in the chat or who, you know, but I felt it. I felt the like, ooh, okay, that just, there's no one, it doesn't matter. There's nothing. I just need to float through this portal and let it do what it's going to do without creating any resistance. I really don't honestly think you're like obsessing over I don't think that at all. I don't feel that at all. The message is give each other some space. And the way that I see it is in the, just meaning like, there's something about just like, I fully surrender it. I'm like all good with no matter what. Like, there's no one else but me here. That's what I got. I try my best to channel these and like articulate them and explain, and like I try my best, but sometimes it's really hard to say exactly what, you know, like what it is. It's hard to sometimes take it from the 5D into the 3D. Anyways, but that is what I've got for you, Brenda, okay? And next is Krista. Now is Krista. Krista, mi amor, Krista. I don't know if Krista's actually in the live chat, though, because I haven't seen her. But I'm so sorry, Krista. You were supposed to be number 7. But Erica had a moment. I had a moment. It was an Erica moment. Mercury retrograde Erica moment, which Erica moments are like bad enough on their own. And when you throw in Mercury retrograde, it's like, oh my gosh. But I accidentally channeled for Stephanie because I was talking to her in the chat. And then I realized, oh my God, I was supposed to read for Krista, but it's okay. All right, so yeah, I don't think Krista's in here. Let's start with love first. So this is Lionsgate. So we're doing love and romance, divine union. This is spiritual guidance. And this is like any messages in regards to your 3D, your material realm right now with Lionsgate, or what Lionsgate is doing, etc. So let's see. Lionsgate message, please, for divine, for romance. For romance. I'm hearing the Phil Collins song. It just keeps playing. I can feel it coming. That came through on the last person I read for. But I'm hearing it also for you too, Krista. So again, it could be relevant for you. Interesting. So we have this beautiful divine feminine. There you go. There you are. I love that her heart is like completely lit up. Sorry, guys. I need to stand up for a second. Okay. This might look like you. I have no idea. But it says, only time will tell. Only time will tell. That was a big lesson. Oh, I see. That was a big lesson for you to conquer. It was, and I still see some kind of attachments, energetic attachments. So Lionsgate's helping with this. But basically like a full surrender of like, only time's gonna tell what happens with my love life and who my divine counterpart is and what that's gonna be, and you know, all these things. So that's been a major like a lesson for you as surrendering that up. Maybe at one point you had met a counterpart or someone that you had a soul connection with of some kind, and you were like, that's my person, and maybe that's who you started watching tarot readings for, and maybe that's just not who you're supposed to be with, you know? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying like only time will tell was like a big thing, and I feel like that was a big control thing. Like divine timing, trusting and having faith, like, you know, all the regular things that many of us, that those are a lot of our lessons when it comes to romance. So let's go ahead and see what else comes out. Only time will tell. Well, you know what I feel like? I feel like that timing is just about here. But I'm, you know, obviously my job is to channel, be honest, right? So I'm actually feeling like, but keep in mind, time is moving fast. And timelines are like old timelines, and they're going down like crazy. And then the new one, right? So it's like time, that's why people are like so confused, because they're like, wait, time feels like it's moving so fast, yet there's the same hours in the day that there's always been, right? Yet it feels like it's moving so fast, because it is. And that's why. Because even though there's only 24 hours in a day, right now people don't realize that there's like, you know, we might have like 5 timelines that collapse in a week that were major. And then boom, all this, right? New timeline. So people don't realize that's what's happening, but that's what's happening. So that's what I mean. It's like these timelines could start. That's actually part of your message. So it's like you're collapsing a lot of like older timelines right now by your free will choices, by the lessons that you've learned. Only time will tell. That's why I'm like, oh, well, that timing feels kind of like close. It feels near. I honestly feel, I keep getting Libra season, Libra season. So Libra season starts around the fall equinox, which is, I don't know, September 20th, September 21st, like a month and a half, we'll say a month and a half, 6 weeks, something like that. That's when I'm seeing it for you, like more of a 3D like alignment, but only time will tell. Erica's not the end all be all. She doesn't know every answer in the world, but I am pretty good with timing. I just feel like right now this is a huge alignment for you. And I feel like August is an integration month. And then I feel like a few weeks or a couple weeks after that, something arrives. Could it happen in the middle of August? Yeah, absolutely. Could it happen the end of August? Yeah, absolutely. But that's how I see it and feel it as of now. Okay. But that was a big lesson. Okay, so let's get a message here. So I also feel like that's a confirmation though for you. It's a literal confirmation of like the universe is going, hey, you learned this lesson and you're doing a really beautiful job. You've surrendered it up, and now like so much is like starting to like really happen and manifest for you because you let go. Card number 41, you have the eel. Eels freak me out, but this is a really beautiful eel with all the like white spots. It's really beautiful, but they freak me out. I've never ever cared for them. I know I'm supposed to love all the animals and all the things, but they freak me out. It says reflect on the way that you communicate with others and with yourself. So that's something to really pay attention to right now with this Lionsgate portal, okay? This is all guidance and to help and to show you what's coming in or this or that, right? Be sure to express your thoughts and your feelings from your heart and with respect and sincerity. Interesting, because I kind of feel like that's an incoming towards you too. So that's a message for you, but I also feel like there might be some people around, or a person, or there could be someone actually conveying something to you about how they feel. Okay. You know, but maybe it's like it could be someone like sharing some stuff with you, but take it as it resonates, right? But that's what I feel for you. But take it as it resonates, like in the way of like, yeah, that feels resonant, like someone that there could be some kind of breakthrough communication or something like that. But it doesn't necessarily mean it initiates a union right at that moment. It kind of feels like this is where I'm at. And then it's like they need some more time. That's what I got. That's what I feel and see. Determination. Okay, so this is also about like having a lot of determination, confidence as you are like really conveying to the universe with the Lionsgate portal. It's 555 in Cali, by the way. So I'm channeling this at 555 for you. This part of the message, which is about determination, about the changes in your life, 555, about everything that's been challenging or whatever it is. It's like Lionsgate is your friend. So speak to Lionsgate portal like it's a best friend. You know, like you do your spirit guides. Like, this is what I need with this Lionsgate. This is what I'm, you know, this is what I'm calling in. This is right. I'm conveying my meaning and what I really want from my heart. And I'm speaking clearly and I'm not holding back. And I'm, you know, it's like that. Anyways, this Lionsgate, it infuses you with some really big determination. It's like to me, it's like the strength card, like determined. It's like the strength card, and the Chariot had a baby and created the determination card. That's it for me, for you. So it ignites a lot of that for you. So just feeling like more like ready or confident, more like driven, and like, you know, like I could accomplish this, I could do this, rather than I'm afraid, kind of like that. Okay. Whew. And that can be a mirror reflection of like a divine masculine, but also your own inner masculine, by the way. Like all that part of the message. Okay. All right, and that's card number, so you have 67, which breaks down to 13, and then you have 41, which is the 5, and then I also saw 5, well, I was channeling this last part at 555. So the 5s are big, and then the 13 is like death card energy. For me, it's a karmic number. So just, for me, it's like the rebirth out of karmic, more like karmic timelines into like your higher timelines, right? But there's also something here about, you know, focus, like being focused and determined during this portal too. On your future or your goals or whatever it is. Or literal, like, you know, I want to clean my house top to bottom, so I'm going to be determined and focused on that. You know, I'm going to clear out the clutter and the energy or whatever it is. Okay, so that is what I've got for Krista. And all right, and then I have Melinda, Anna, and Maria. Okay. I don't know why I'm like immediately hearing the Sound of Music, that movie, The Sound of Music. I'm hearing the part where she's singing the song where she sings the hills are alive with the sound of music. You know, the songs they have sung for 100 years or whatever she says. The Sound of Music. That could be relevant though, the Sound of Music for you, Melinda. I don't know, like maybe singing or dancing, or I have no idea. I was also like tying up Krista's message that might resonate with Krista as well. But I'm like, yeah, like the Sound of Music. Hi, Melinda. Okay, so Melinda, love, let's go ahead and get your message going. Oops. All right, so for beautiful Melinda for the Lionsgate. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll go live again. I don't know what day. I have to look at my schedule because I have, you know, like I said, from my I mean regular bookings, but also from my Akashic special that I did just recently. Like I had a lot of people book that. So I'm doing like Akashic readings back to back like all day long right now, which I love. It's awesome. They're so freaking cool, but I have to look at my schedule and make sure, you know, find a time where I'm not going to be exhausted and I don't know. Maybe Sunday? Maybe Sunday afternoon? We'll see. All right. Here we go. For Melinda, please. From our ocean friends. What do we have for Melinda, please? You up, sneezy boy? Huh? Life is better together. Aww. These are the dolphins, right? I'm like, why did I want to say a beluga whale? They kind of looked like beluga whales at first, but those are the dolphins, right? Yeah, those are the dolphins. I'm like, duh, Erica, duh. Life is better together, number 4. Wow. Okay, hold on. And then number 29, empower yourself. So this one says, seek assistance from your community. Connect with family, friends, or others who will support you. It can be as simple as making a phone call. Yeah, you know what? And I do feel that really strongly. I feel that like, honestly, I feel like a part of your journey has been, you know, a part of your journey has been not having a lot of people that really support you. Maybe you have some or some family, but you know, like for the most part, like you feel like, you know, you haven't had a lot of support. We'll just say that. Okay. Maybe you have, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe you have the best support system in the world, but I don't see it that way. The way that it's coming through is like, you know, that's something that you've really been wanting and manifesting is like, you know, like more of a community and people that are there for you. But also this speaks to me of like your animal family, your spirit guides. I mean, I bawled my eyes out earlier today because of an owl that, you know, like, but when you're like us, people like us who aren't the norm, they are our family. They are our guides. They are our messengers. And that's what I'm getting it's like, okay, so you don't have maybe the best support system from humans, but your animal family is always there. Your angels are always there. You know what I mean? So there's something I think about that. But also, I do feel that there are some energies working their way towards you over the next, I'm gonna say like a couple months. It's that alignment, where, you know, like maybe it's a good friend that you meet or someone that, yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. But there's something like where life is better together. We are here to work collectively together as one. You know, we're not meant to be all separate. And so there's more togetherness, more harmony, more community, more bonds, more, you know, stuff like that is what I see. Okay. But I do see a lot of loneliness in the past, recent past. So this is a change for you. It's different. And maybe this is a part of your healing also. There could be people from the past. Oh, and you work with the animals every day. I have not all my life. Oh, so the animals really are your family. Oh, I love that. So I'm also getting for some shadow work for you, Melinda, that this might be something that if it resonates, called, but this is the guidance right here that's coming through for you for shadow work, for healing some of this stuff. Like sitting down and like writing down or like speaking out loud. Like, let's say, for example, it was your parents. Maybe you had a difficult relationship with your parents, or your parents just were not there for you, or your mom wasn't, or there was always a disconnect, like whatever it is, right? But an example, this is an example, maybe relevant though, is you sit down and you have a conversation with your mother's higher self. Not your mom. You're not talking directly to her, but you speak to the higher self, and you let her know, like, you know, like it's like you're talking to her, like, this is how you hurt me. This is how, you know, I felt unsupported. This is how I wish you had showed up differently. This is how, whatever it is, you know, like there's something about like you need to get it out. Like you need to express it. You need to get it out and stop holding it all in. Okay. And Lionsgate is going to like assist with some of this stuff, but this is your guidance to work with the Lionsgate portal energy. Like I'm going to consciously like just release some stuff. I'm going to literally blow off some steam, like just let it out. And then, yeah, and then look at 29. So that's a swordfish, but the card is about empowering yourself. So this will bring empowerment. It's almost like there's past stuff that's being held in. It's a block. It's a block. It's not affecting the people from the past or the people that hurt you or that whatever. It's affecting you and only you. So that's why you gotta balance the energy here. You gotta be like, hey, like you really hurt me and it felt like shit. And I was only 10 years old, and you know, that's not how a parent should be. And it was really unfair that this happened. And you know, it's really affected me, or la 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 la, right? Whatever it is, right? And then, you know, but I'm gonna go into my heart. I choose to forgive. I release all this now with love and unconditional love. I send it back out into the universe, harming no one, no thing, just turning it right back into source love. Oh my gosh, I've been envisioning writing down to claim things into existence. Yes, so that's your confirmation. And again, a lot of it is to help you with healing and to release so you can receive and move forward and move on and empower yourself more. Tune into your personal power. You are more than able to handle the situations that are facing you or the things you have been facing. Allow yourself to be the strong, beautiful person you are capable of being. Yeah. It's basically like you just are a different kind of soul, right? Like you're just not like the people that you've been around your whole life. And this is about you empowering yourself, taking your power back from anything from the past or whatever it is, right? I'm going to take my power back by honoring my experience, by honoring how it made me feel, and then I'm going to release it, but I need to say my piece so I can create balance for myself or whatever. I get like really into it. I'm like, Urgh. That's okay. My one Akashic client the other day, he was like, he's like, whether you're on camera or you're not on camera, he's like, it's awesome. He's like, because your hands, he's like, you talk so good with your hands, like you're charismatic with your hands. He's like, I'm like, I thought it was really funny. I was like, I'm like real, I'm real like, how, I don't know, maybe charismatic is the word. I don't know, but you guys know what I mean. Okay, there you go. So your quest for truth, look at, it's speaking your truth. It's speaking your truth. It's what I just said. Your quest for truth is speaking your truth. Okay, so Lionsgate is helping with all of that. Okay, it's also going to bring to light a lot more of your truth. Who you are, what you like, what you're here for, you know, what, blah, 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 whatever it is, okay? It's like that. But it's like your quest for truth isn't outside of you, it's inside of you. And there's something about unlocking and freeing yourself from the cage that other people's unkind hearts created. They hurt you and it caged you. And it's time to set yourself free in those regards with this Lionsgate portal. And it's going to, again, there's a solar plexus activation. I'm telling you with Lionsgate, it is solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus, solar plexus. In the most massive, profound way. It's just going to help you like be in your power, in your truth more. Like, I don't know. And there might even be an opportunity this month where like you may even have the opportunity to speak a truth to someone. But what I'm very clearly seeing is like you're someone, and this is a lot of star seeds or light workers or whatever. People like light workers, they don't, a lot of the time, they do not like confrontation. That's why they get like, they get like, just people just walk all over them their whole lives a lot of the time, because they're so just like, I don't like confrontation. I don't want to be you know what I mean? And people take advantage of that. And I'm kind of like getting that, like you're more docile, not so confrontational, like you kind of avoid confrontation, but there's been a lot of that like projected at you. So there's something of like, it's just taking your power back from these situations. And Lionsgate is helping with this, but definitely like you co-creating with it, like, you know, or writing a letter to someone who hurt you or you never got to speak your truth, and then just like burning it and letting it go into the ether, or, you know, whatever it is, you know. I'm also seeing a lot more of like, you know, past life stuff coming through with this Lionsgate too. Like the quest of truth of like, oh, like I wonder who I've been, and you know, like in past lives, and what are my gifts, or this or that or whatever. I see a lot of that opening up. I see that collectively opening up for people, honestly, with this Lionsgate. A lot of the Akashic, like people who are ready to tune into it, and people who can handle it, and you know, it'll be activated. Well, they'll be able to tune into it more, to their Akashic records. Okay, so this is love. So let's see what the love here is for you. I love that, because this is like someone protecting her. He's like, I've got you. There's something very protective here immediately. Friendship. I told... again. What did I say? I said, I see like friendship and like people, like it's been a struggle, and there hasn't really been that kind of community and circle and friendships your whole life, I don't think. And now it's happening. That's what I said. I could see it. And then life is better together than friendship. See, nurture the bonds of friendship within your relationship, and your love life will dramatically improve. So for me, forget that message. Like the message is just friendship. So there's like a soulmate or soulmates, but like we're talking about love in this case. It's soulmate. Maybe they start out as a friend. Maybe they come in and they're just like, I have your back, and like, you know, we get to talking or something, but it's someone who is your friend. It's it's love. It's like, I've got you. I will hold you and protect you and keep you safe. you know, and love you. And, you know, it's like that. Okay. Again, honestly, I do not see this alignment in the month of August, but that can always shift. I see more of it. I feel like there's some integration for you in this month, and then it starts. I think if people aren't meeting or coming into alignment with like around this time, then I think the next like big push is obviously the fall equinox, and that's like boom, you know. So within the next few months, I would say. But again, that could happen. That could happen way faster. All right. You put your quest for truth on the back burner recently. What do you, the whole, like, the quest of truth for what? Because, like, the whole point of these journeys is to come into alignment with truth and authenticity. If it's truth around someone else or a situation, I understand that. But, like, our quest for truth is that is our ascension. That is our awakening. It's healing and authenticity and alignment with truth. So it might be nice to take it off the back burner and really connect with that, with the Lionsgate. At least that's what the guidance is. It's not coming from Erica. It's coming from, you know, from source. So anyways, but that's what I've got, sweetheart. So I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot because, you know, I can see it's been a lonely road. I really can. Not just like over the past few years, like a lot of people out there, a lot of people are like, oh my God, it's been so lonely. And I'm like, when did you start? You know, oh, like 2 years ago. And I'm like, oh, just wait, you know? But I don't know. It just feels like it's been a long time coming for you. So that's what I've got. All right. So that was for beautiful Melinda. Thank you, Melinda. And then Anna. So Anna and then Maria. And then we are done. We're done. I'm done. But you guys will be done when I'm done. You're very welcome, sweetheart. You're very welcome. All right. And then for my beautiful Anna, let's go ahead and start with, like the material realm energy here. Messages in regards to the 3D. For Lionsgate for Anna. The only thing with this deck is it's huge. It's really hard to hold. Oh, wow. Transformation, card number 60. Look at the crossroads. But, like, look at her. She looks like she's, like, thinking. This side says mistakes, failures, guilt. This side says success, inner conflict, start again. So there's all these choices and directions. These represent timelines. And literally, just so everyone can see this right now, this is exactly like how it is in this moment. It's like your thoughts are going to determine which way you go with this portal. That's why, like, a lot of these messages at this time for Lionsgate, the message is be in your heart. Forget every fucking other person around you right now. Like, meaning, like, just, like, go into your heart, release attachments, release outcomes like that. Like, you know, like with other people or this, or, you know, like just go into your heart and what is going to bring you joy and what does that future energy look like, and really diving into, like, you know. So anyway, so for you, Anna, how am I feeling this? Wow. And then bottom of the deck is the World. Transformation and then the World. The World is completion. It's a cyclical, right? So it's like completion and new. Patience and trust. I wanted to get a little bit more about that real quick. Patience and trust transformation. So through your patience, okay. So, all right, so this is what you've been doing. You can feel the timeline split right now. That's the message here. Okay. So with this Lionsgate, you've been feeling this like transformation, etc., etc. Like this is my old, this is my new, right? Which way do I want to go? Which way do I want to go? You chose completion. So you've been closing out some big stuff. Big stuff. Okay. Which has taken a lot of patience and trust, right? And this is all connected to like your 3D. So the way that I see it is like where you saw failures, you now have alchemized that and now it turns into success. Like where you have felt, you know, like, oh, I made a mistake. You now have alchemized that and transmuted it where you're like, that was simply just another, you know, part of the journey. Like, you know what I mean? So you're really, I feel like you're on that road to success. I feel like you're on the road to success. I feel like you're more on the start again. Like I'm on the road to success. I do see the struggle. I do see that. I really do. But that's why it's like, you just got to keep, you know, meditate right now, like meditate, breathe. Okay. Because yeah, it's the in-between of the old, the completion and the new. So this Lionsgate literally, like, for your message, it's really simple. This Lionsgate jolts you into the new. So you don't even got to think about, it literally, like I keep saying, it's just, I let go, I surrender, and I'm just gonna, you jump on a little blow up floaty thing that floats down the river, you know, like when you do river floats, you just kind of float and you let it, it's like that. I'm just through this Lionsgate portal, I'm just gonna jump on the river floaty, and I'm just gonna float my little cute butt all the way down the river, and I'm just gonna go where the current takes me. It really is that simple. But I do feel like the line, I feel like some of the stuff that's been coming up is the past stuff that you like still, you know, where there still are cords or attachments that just need to be cut and cleared and let go of, you know, like someone from the past pops up in your mind or in a dream and you're like, ugh, like, God, why am I thinking of, you know, and then you start thinking of that, you know, that's just another opportunity. It's like, well, because there's still something there that just needs to be cleared, you know? So anyways, and also your free will, like, because I do feel that too, like where there's been a struggle of like, you know, like I want to do this and I feel like this is the road of my soul and higher self and this is going to bring me more like alignment and abundance and success. But I've struggled, you know, being in my comfort zone or going back into old things or whatever it is, right? So again, it's also a message of like with this Lionsgate, it really is also about like the free will choices and really being like, no, this is me. This is what I want. This is where I'm going. And then you have this beautiful card that came out. So this is about love. But for me, it's like the overlapping cycles of life. You know what I mean? The different seasons that overlap and, right? From life, fruit, right? To like the barren, the tree fall, right? To the, right? And then it says here, life is a series of constantly shifting cycles. That's the World card. When we resist change, that's what I just said here about like your free will and like being very like conscious through this portal of this is what I want versus, oh, this is what's comfortable, or I'm scared, or I choose fear over, you know what I mean? Life is a series of constantly shifting cycles. When we resist change, we resist the natural flow of life. And I just spoke of the flow of the river and the floaty. And we create unnecessary stress. That's what I mean. Yeah, there it is. We create unnecessary stress. Just go with the flow. Let it go, let it flow, let it go, let it flow. You will be surprised where it leads you. Yeah, just let the river take you where it's going to lead you. Through this portal. That is your biggest advice. That is your biggest advice. That is it. Like, what do I do? What is my message for Lionsgate? Let it go and let it flow. Let it go and let it flow. Know that success is, like, know that all this is here. There could also be, I don't know if you're moving, like, I don't know if there's like a move or moving or something, but there's something like I don't know, there's something about like the 3D, like your 3D, I see your 3D shifting with Lionsgate shifts something within the 3D. So I don't know if like you're moving or if it's like, I don't know. You'll know when it happens, but it's nothing bad or anything. It's good, actually. I see it. Like, it shifts something in the 3D big time. Anyways. I'm like, okay, so life is a series of constantly shifting cycles. So you just been moving through the shifting cycles and rediscovering yourself. Now you're at this, like, I don't know. It's for globally. This is going to be a beautiful month globally for humanity, and it's going to be one of the most challenging months for humanity. So as a light worker, it's like we just be in our hearts and we really like allow ourselves to receive what we deserve and are worthy of. And then we prepare and we stand more fully into who we are and our power for the rest of the collective and humanity and the earth. And I know, Anna, that you're a big light worker and you're here for big reasons. So this is like your life is changing. You know, sometimes like people like for, you know, it's like, you know, like be careful what you pray for, because when it happens, I mean, it's wonderful, but it can change a lot of things that I don't think people think about half the time. Like we don't think, you know, like we just want this and we want that and we're calling this and but when it shows up, it's almost like the feeling of uncomfortable because of the change it creates, even though it's so beautiful. So I don't know why that's coming through, but I get that too. So, all right. But that is what I've got for you, sweetheart. Go with the flow. You will be surprised where it leads you. Just go with the flow. And I think especially when it comes to love and romance, I think you've done that. I really do. But I do, again, I see some little attachments, like they're little attachments. So like if you think of like a cords attachments, think of them like pieces of thread, like little pieces of thread versus a rope. Okay, so sometimes when the attachments are like massive, it's like more of like a rope or something thick. When they're just like little things that are just very easily, like all you got to do is this, and honey, is that, then I see more like threads, like threading, like thread cords. So that's what I'm seeing. It's like threads, right? Like these little willy-nilly nothings over here, okay? So anyways, but that is what I've got left. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Anna. I always love reading for you, sweetheart. All right, and then Maria, last but not least, is Maria. Okay. Whew. Where are we at? 6:24. Wow, I started at 1:11. So yeah, I'm about right. Been on for like 5 hours. But again, that's because of me. I talk. I don't just talk though, I share. I'm channeling. I'm literally channeling the whole time. But I just talk. All right, for Maria. Whoop. Can we get for Maria, please? So this is going to be around your material, like whatever it is, the 3D world. The 3D world. For Maria. Guidance. Wow, okay. Okay, so around the message, so this is pertaining to your material realm, okay? Let me get one more on that. You have the lion, so there's like a lion, like a lioness, a lion here, and you have the little boy, and then like, I don't know if it's like his father or something, like he's guiding him, you know, like follow me, I'm watching, you know. But this for me is like your divine spiritual guidance and your spirit team right now, for sure. For sure. Card number 57. And I'm just tuning into the messages and the energy and seeing what comes through. See how they're walking through like a lit valley, but there's mountains on both sides, right? So it's like they found, it's like a clearing in between them, in the mountains, like a valley. that's what your spirit team with this Lionsgate portal and just in general, they're really, so they're guiding you like, okay, so like we get signs and synchronicities nonstop all day, 24/7. As long as we are awake, consciously awake, everything is some kind of communication and reflection, right? So there's something about how your spirit guides are like giving you a lot of signs and synchronicities, but they're specifically giving you guidance around your 3D world. Like, this is what you want to do, this is what you don't want to do. Like, go left, go right, go straight, you know, whatever it is, right? But there's something here where it's like you like see it, but you're not really following it. Like, you follow it to an extent, but you don't really follow it. Like, you know, and I always say, like, our signs and synchronicities, they will keep getting the same messages over and over and over again. Oh, like, it's not miraculous and crazy when you're getting the same tarot reading titles from all these different readers over and over and over again, and it's something like, you got to let go of this, right? So there's something here like really, really, really pay attention right now to all of the guidance as far as like the 3D goes and like your material realm. Because it could, I have no idea, you know, that could be about anything. I have no clue. But that's what I'm getting here. So let's, I don't know, let's go ahead and see. Forgiveness is on the bottom of the deck. So that could be relevant too, like guidance for forgiveness or forgiving certain things or your past or whatever. But for me, it's just like they're like literally like just like things you see showing up in front of you, whether it's on TV and on YouTube, and you don't gotta go like, I always say, like, scrolling is the worst thing. Like, you scroll, it's like then you're just looking for stuff. Like, oh, I hope on my next post I scroll and see 222. It's like, no, like, it'll show you, it'll be right there in front of you. So whatever's showing up in front of you, whatever's happening in front of you, whatever it is, these are all your guidances and messages. Okay, they're guiding you through the mountains. They're guiding you, they're showing you the way through. Get one more on that, please. A paradox, and then patience and trust. Yeah, there's, yeah. Okay, I see what's happened. So it's very clear guidance that, so there's a lot of very clear guidance coming through about, basically what I'm getting is like, there's a big fear around like moving forward into your new, like into like the new, like basically just like moving forward. There's a fear around releasing the past. And I don't know if it's subconscious or conscious, but that's the guidance. They're like, we're guiding you through, but it's almost like your free will keeps choosing to run into the side of the mountain instead of walking the clear path or something. So so with Lionsgate, there's going to be some help with that, but there's something really, 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 really big right now about going, like, being in your heart and really following the higher self and like what the guidance is here. Okay, like I don't even know, I can't even think of any examples right now. Patience and trust, like having trust in what you're being shown and what's coming through, and even like maybe readings that pop up or other messages, or you're pulling a tarot card or an oracle card, like whatever it is, it's like it's really like guiding you, like, oh, this is, you know, this is kind of like where, you know, like, but you're gonna see repeating messages in the way of, like, let's say it's like leaving a karmic partnership, for example, right? Like, you're gonna get the same kind of messages over and over and over until you actually leave the partnership. Then when you leave the partnership, all of your messages, signs, synchronicities, they're going to change. They're going to shift because you changed. You shifted, you know, the reality. So then they change and they, do you know what I mean? So there's something about that. Like, I don't know. It just feels like the universe is going, this is where we're going. This is what it's time to change or move or transform into. This is the guidance. But it's like, I don't I want to go there, but I'm afraid, so I keep going back over here. That's what it feels like, is a fear. Okay, hold on. Let's see if the ocean animals will, but also, I just want to say too, like with Lionsgate, it's gonna, that's why it's like, have patience and trust. Like, just have patience and trust. See, and then look, confrontation with reality. That's what I'm talking about. It's like spirit is going, let's walk over here. And you're like, the fear goes, but over here is where I feel safer. But it consistently brings a confrontation within the 3D reality because it's not where it's meant to be anymore. Okay. And I do see that there's been a lot of stuff that you have let go or moved through or whatever it is. But there's some blockages here that have been a struggle for sure. So it's like when we self-sabotage or we do things that just, you know, like whatever it is. I don't know. It could be like, oh, I love ice cream and I know I can't eat it every night, but, you know, but I love it and, you know, it brings me joy and comfort and I'm going to do it anyways, you know, even though I know it's not good for me. I'm going to eat that ice cream anyways, every single night. You know, if that's an example, but. Let's see. Setting up parameters. Okay, so card number 43, setting up parameters. It says, assess your relationships and determine how they are aligned with your goals. Like, meaning, is this connection or is this, you know, is this aligned with where I want to, where I see myself in 10, 20 years, 5 years from now, you know? Is this a friendship that just drains me and my friend is just stuck in time loops and my friend is always doing the same thing, yet I'm expanding, I'm ascending, you know, but maybe that friend wants to come in and just dump on you all the time, you know, and you're trying to change and they're not. Do you know what I mean? So there's something about like, and I think that's a lot of the past stuff. I think that's a lot of it, but there is something here about that. Setting boundaries requires an honest evaluation of your present relationships. Yeah. And I think honestly, more than anything, it is a healthy boundary with self. I think it honestly is. I think that's what the Lionsgate message is for you today is a big one is, how can you, like, what are like some personal boundaries with self and like just things that just, you know, like maybe don't serve you or the daily routine. It's a big one for collectively is like daily routine and daily habits because people's daily routines and habits are a direct reflection of the programs they run on. So do you know what I mean? So it's very different. Like, so I feel that too. Like, it's like right now it's like a revamping. Like I'm going to, you know, I'm kind of like reinventing myself. I'm going to get up. I'm going to try this instead. I'm going to, you know, I don't walk in the morning, so I'm going to try to walk in the morning, or I'm going to go on a 15-minute jog every day from now on. And I'm going to, you know, make sure I'm setting this amount of time every day to meditate or do this. And then I'm going to have my work time. And then, you know, it's like, but there's something about integrating and incorporating the new, and that'll help you release more of the old and just take baby steps. It doesn't have to be a whole bunch at once, but there has to be some kind of movement, some kind of alignment with that. And then the Lionsgate will help with that, but it's going to help bring forth, you know, more empowerment and things like that. But at the end of the day, you know, if there's certain work that we need to do within our own self, you know, we're going to have to do it at some point, right? So. Well, I send love, Maria. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Yeah, it's been such a crazy time. But hey, the heaviness, it is happening mostly because it's going to help us. It's, you know what I mean? Darkness is where creation is born. When things get heavy, when there's a lot of resistance and difficulty, that means that, you know, we could be on the precipice of a big breakthrough or a rebirth or something. But it's also like, it's getting so intense because something's got to give. And so, right, if we don't change and shift, then the universe will bring it in for us. And that's never fun. That's never fun when the universe does that. So, you know, my heart is with you, and I know it's been really heavy. So, just again, all that heaviness, I'm going to take all of this And I'm not going to let it weigh me down. In fact, I'm going to love on it. I'm going to be like, awesome. This is more energy that I can transmute into my passions, my deepest desires, my highest timelines. I can, you know, and then I forgive this, and, you know, it's like whatever it is, right? So anyways, that is what I've got. But thank you so much, Maria, and thank you to everyone today who was signed up for the list, and you know, all the things, and for all of you guys who hung out, you know, here until the end, because just thank you. And yeah, and then I might, like I said, I might go live again in the next maybe few days, maybe Sunday or over the weekend. I don't think Saturday, because I think Saturday I'm pretty booked with readings all day with clients. But I think I might have a little window. I might have a few hours in the early afternoon or later afternoon on Sunday. So I'll just take a look at everything, and then we'll go from there. And of course, I will schedule it. I'll announce it on the, you know, on my post newsfeed page or whatever for Gypsy Cowgirl, which is my YouTube channel. So it's a lot of people go, I never know where to look for that when you say like you post like posts. It's on the page, on Gypsy Cowgirl page, you'll see, you know, it'll say like videos at the top. Like every channel has it. Videos, shorts, lives, posts. You go under the post tab and you'll see all, it's like a, you know, like posts that I post, like pictures, shares, things I announce, whatever it is. So anyways, I love you guys so much. Happy Lionsgate. You know, the portal energy, we've been feeling it for a little bit already, and like it's getting intensified as we move closer to the peak day of the 8th. We are doing the 8/8 Lionsgate portal workshop. I'm going to do it on the 9th. I had to look at the dates again because I got confused the other day. When I was doing a reading, and I was thinking about it and talking about it, and I got confused with the dates, and I was like, wait, I have to look at that again. So Lionsgate is on a Friday. So it's awesome because it's Friday. It's on Friday. And then Saturday morning is when we're going to do the 8/8 portal workshop. So I'm going to post that tomorrow. And everyone will have a whole week to sign up for Lionsgate for the workshop. So really excited about this one. Really excited about this one. Because we're going to go to Sirius. We're going to go to the Sirius star, and then we're going to come back down, and we're going to be inside of a temple. And yeah, so anyways, I'm excited. I'm always excited for these, but I'm excited for you guys for this one too. So, all right. I love you guys. I'm going to go now, get some dinner going, and then try to record a couple more readings because I said I would. So, all right, guys, have a beautiful day. Thank you again, mi amores. I'm glad that everyone loved their readings. Thank you again for hanging out, and I'll see you guys again soon.